Well, good morning and welcome to this Women's Day special broadcast, a day where South Africa celebrates the National March of Women in 1956 to petition against legislation that required African persons to carry the pass. Now, this year's celebrations will be held at the Thulamahashe Stadium in Mpumalanga under the theme A Centenary of Women's Collective Efforts Towards Sustainable Development and Empowerment. Now, reporters Gillian Pillay and Pepile Kunene are at the Thulamahashe Stadium in Bushbuckridge in Mpumalanga to bring us more on today's events there. And also joining me in studio this morning is Dr. Amalea Malka from the University of Pretoria and Thoko Mpumlwana of the Commission for Gender Equality. Ladies, we'll speak to you a little bit later. But before we start with the program, let's take a look at this insert that gives context to why Women's Day is commemorated.
Women in South Africa played an important role in the struggle against apartheid. In many circumstances, they bore the brunt. The historical significance of the 1956 Women's March to the Union buildings against pass laws cannot be overstated enough. The June 1913 anti-pass defiance campaign was probably the first recorded incident of protest by women against the Union government.
First, women started by sending deputations, sending petitions, trying to meet with officials to explain their complaints. Didn't get them anywhere, so they finally resorted to a passive resistance campaign, where they agreed to no longer carry their passes. And so when anyone was arrested for not having a pass document, then the other women would come and converge around and try to free her from the police, and often a little bit of violence ensued. Most of the violence was the women against the police.
The year 1913 also saw the imposition of the Natives' Land Act by the colonial rulers. The act, in effect, dispossessed black people of their land and affected women immensely.
The Land Act was modeled on what had already been the case in the Free State. So that was a part of what triggered all of the resistance against pass laws, because the two went hand in hand. So effectively, you might say that the 1913 Land Act was making national a policy that had already been in operation in the Free State. But the effects of that policy is what the women were resisting against, because the pass laws were designed to make sure that women who lived in towns were coerced to go work for white employers. At that time, due to discrimination against women in the workplace, the only jobs that they could find was as domestic workers.
The second phase of the women's passive resistance movement was in 1930 in Potchefstroom against the permit system. This system was costly to women, and they faced constant harassment from the police as a result. The campaign was led by women like Josie Mpama. The third and most notable of these campaigns was the 1956 March to the Union buildings that literally saw 20,000 women revolting against the pass system.
The conditions were that there had been quite a lot of growth in the South African economy after the Second World War, which meant that a lot of people had moved into the towns and cities and were trying to make a life for themselves. The conditions they moved into were quite terrible, informal settlements, squatter camps, etc. But there were parts of South Africa at that time that were quite unregulated. So when we look at the events of the 1950s, we can see real pockets of strong resistance in areas like Sophia Town and Alexandria. They're both sort of freehold areas where what we see is that the women who were very active in those areas were themselves what you might call entrepreneurs.
19 years since the gaining of democracy in South Africa, poverty, inequality, unemployment and landlessness remain formidable challenges, with women being the face of poverty. However, the last surviving of the four women who led the 1956 Women's March to the Union buildings, Sophie Williams de Bruin, says the march was not in vain.
Nothing that we ever did is in vain. And even the Rahimas and the Lillian boys and Helen Joseph, they are not turning in their graves because what is happening there in this country today. They have set the pace, they've laid the foundation. It's for all of us, for you young people, to build on it. So it was never in vain. It is just for us to work harder.
Noteworthy about all these campaigns by women was the involvement of women from all races, demonstrating for a common cause. Can the same be said about today's generation of women and their level of unity? Dumiso Mashaba, SABC News.
Well, if you've just joined us, you're watching a special broadcast here on SABC2 and also on the SABC's 24-hour news channel, DSTV channel 404. Happy Women's Day to all the women out there. Now, August is Women's Month and an opportunity to reflect on achievements of women across all spheres of society. Now, my colleague Gillian Pillay is standing by in Bushbuckridge where the main event is taking place. Gillian, what sense are you getting from women about how Women's Day should be celebrated?
Good morning, Griselda. Celebrations are truly in full swing, and rightly so, as we reflect on that historic event as 20,000 women marched or revolted, as the piece said, against the pass laws. But as we fast forward to 2013, we look at the gains we've made. Many women are in prominent positions. Many women have made inroads in areas or in industries that were previously dominated by men. Also, in keeping with the theme of this year's celebrations, we look at how we are trying to get a more equal and inclusive society for women. But against this backdrop, startling statistics, startling reports of gender violence, particularly against women and children. Now, earlier we spoke to Minister Lulu Tlingwana, who gave us a sense of where we're going with this. Take a look at this insert.
First of all, I would like to say Happy Women's Day to all the women of South Africa and the women of the continent. I would also like to say that our theme for this year is a Centenary of Working Together towards women's empowerment and gender equality. I think we have done a great deal in achieving women's empowerment and working towards gender equality in this country. Already we have 44% women in parliament. We have 38% women in senior management in government. We also have women judges, the governor of the Reserve Bank, and the CEO of the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. Those are some of the achievements that we are happy to talk about. We also have the first chairperson of the AU, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, who has been appointed less than a year ago to head the AU Commission. And recently also Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka, former Deputy President, has been appointed Executive Director of UN Women in New York. We also have challenges in South Africa, including the high levels of violence and abuse of women and children, but we have confidence that we have one of the most progressive constitutions in the world. We have the best laws, including the Domestic Violence Act and the Sexual Offences Act. We are saying that we have seen in recent months and years that we have been tightened the sentencing of rapists, of murderers, of women and children. Recently, we saw the monster of Dimulle, who was given 2 life sentences, one for murder, one for rape. We are saying that even with the incidents that are occurring, our laws are in place, our police are ready.
The identity document of South Africa has evolved considerably over the years, from the inhumane pass system that robbed African people of their dignity by restricting their movements in their own country, to the green barcoded ID document that has come to symbolize freedom and democracy in the country. As South Africa prepares for the new smart card rollout, we take a look at the evolution of the identity document.
The evolution of what is now called an ID document began when the Natives Act of 1952 was introduced, making all black South Africans carry their passbooks at all times, particularly when they entered white areas. A dompas regulated the whereabouts of the owner and contained various details. A passbook without a valid entry then allowed officials to arrest and imprison the bearer of the pass. Later, the new democratic South Africa dispensed new ID documents, also known as green barcoded IDs. These IDs just recorded the date of birth, place of birth of the recipient rather than their movements in the country. South Africa got to this point because of women like Sophie de Bruyn, Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Albertina Sisulu, and many more who led a mass demonstration to abolish the past laws. On the 9th of August 1956, rock beat paper. As many South Africans enjoy freedom of movement, they also witness the new smart ID card that government has introduced. This is what the evolution of an ID card is all about.
What's happening here at Thulamahashe Stadium. I'm also joined by another roving reporter, Sipapile Kunene, who will be talking to ordinary women, getting a sense of how they feel about celebrations today. She is on the opposite end of the stadium. Let's hear from her what's happening in her area.
Thank you, Gillian. What's happening here is that people are trickling in. They're coming in their numbers, actually. We're seeing both men and women coming in to celebrate the day. In not so long, we're going to talk to some of these people and see and hear and get a sense of what they feel like about today, what they feel like about women who are in this era where they are able to celebrate Women's Day and have a holiday on that day. We are going to go to a link that will be telling us about one of the struggle heroes, one of the women that marched to the union buildings.
It's always so emotive for me when such honors are bestowed on me in particular. But it's not for me alone. I take it on behalf of the women of South Africa in general, and in particular for the women that are no longer with us. The women like Helen Joseph and Lillian Ngoyi and Mam Rahima Musa and Mam Frances Bart and Fatima Mir and all the great women, Ruth First and all of them that are no longer with us. And the young people in our country cannot imagine ever what incredible women they were. You know, incredible is a word that we coined now, but they are giants of women. And I think you as young people must really appreciate in the place where you are sitting today, because it is these women, these mothers, and our icons like Tata Madiba and many others that have brought you where you are today, that have brought this country our democracy. And sometimes we are very sad as stalwarts. Not sometimes, most of the time, when we see what is taking place in our country. And while I still have the breath in me, and I'm still alive, and I can still walk and talk, and my mind is still sane, I will do whatever it takes to continue this journey that we started so long ago.
Lapha eThulamahashe sito celebrate ilanga lebafati, lilanga lebafati lebalithola labafati labamatsha ngeminyaka wa1958 balwa nemthetho wekuphatha emapasi. Nyalo sitawuhamba silinke uChrisilda lose studio eJohannesburg. Chrisilda.
Well, thank you very much to our reporters Gillian Pillay and Spepile Kunene. They'll be with us throughout the duration of this broadcast. And now the newly appointed head of UN Women says women must be effectively empowered to conquer abuse. Now, Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka addressed a gathering in Pretoria where attention was given to progress made in reaching the Millennium Development Goals. Mlambo-Ngcuka says many challenges remain.
Economic, political, social achievements and struggles top the agenda, but poverty and abuse remain crippling realities for most women.
Women are abused because they do not have economic empowerment in the main at home, because they cannot up and go and leave an abuser. If we do not address fundamentally the issue of economic empowerment of women, a lot of women will tolerate situations that are very dangerous to them and their children.
The UN Millennium Declaration was adopted by 189 head of state member countries in 2000. It outlined a global vision to eradicate poverty, foster peace and security, protect the environment, achieve human rights and democracy, and protect the most vulnerable populations. Many are optimistic about the influence Mlambo-Ngcuka can now exert.
You must know, Phumzile, that you represent not only South Africa, you represent the women of this continent. You represent the women of the world.
Important dialogue taking place, but all are in agreement that action is widely needed. Patricia Fasahi, SABC News, Pretoria.
If you just joined us, you're watching a special broadcast here on SABC2 and also on the SABC's 24-hour news channel, channel 404 on your DSTV bouquet. Happy Women's Day. Now, to unpack all these issues, I'm joined here in studio by Dr. Amalea Malka from the University of Pretoria and Thoko Mpumlwana of the Commission for Gender Equality. Ladies, thank you very much for joining me this morning. Happy Women's Day, first of all. Thank you very much. Without a doubt, so much progress has been made since 1994. We're seeing women visible in almost all spheres in this country, but we're not there yet. Dr. Malka.
Well, no, we're not yet there yet, and I think that we'd only be there when we consider that our population comprises of 52% women versus 48% men. Until we're at an equality ratio within all spheres of industry, be it on our government sector or private sector, I think that's the aim that we have to strive for. The Minister declared today that we are on 44% composition within Parliament, which I think is absolutely significant and showing serious gains. And in fact, if you look at the Interparliamentary Union, South Africa is ranked as 8th in the world. And interestingly, I think Rwanda is ranked first in the world with 56% female representation. And I think that's a wonderful achievement, and I'm very proud of South Africa for delivering on that. But I think that those figures need to be represented across all sectors of society, and being given that from a parliamentary point of view, that we're now in a position of power where we've got the possibility to change laws, to effect that change, that's what we need to see more of and take that forward in progression. If we look at some of the statistics produced by the Businesswomen's Association, the census in 2012, they've indicated that on a business point of view, we've only got 21.4% executive management. And shockingly, when it comes to the representation of CEOs on the JSE, it's only at 3.6 of female representation. So these are obviously areas that we need to strive forwards to achieve and break through glass ceilings.
Mrs. Thoko, with all the legislation that we have a wonderful constitution with all the progress that has been made. But what can we do moving forward? We speak about a significant progress, over 40%, but so many other places where we're lagging behind as well. If we talk about CEOs and the representation of women in senior positions, whether it be in government, we know that the public sector is doing quite a great job, but then there's the private sector, which is still lagging behind quite significantly.
I think firstly we should celebrate where we come from. We come from an era of almost 300 years plus of patriarchy. We should never forget the power and how monstrous this system is in pushing down people, not only patriarchy, but also racism and so on. So we are actually 20 years down the line building a society where just basic human dignity is something that we should celebrate. So on this day, we celebrate that, especially as women, that we are now have a constitution that says we're equal to men. That's basically the supreme law of the land. Having said so, we have patriarchy that now finds itself in our attitudes, in our behaviors at home, in our institutions, in our traditional systems, in our religious systems, in the boardrooms, in people's minds, and therefore it needs a system where everybody commits to our constitution. And for us to do that, we must be grateful we have legislation, because when all fails, we go back to legislation.
But we have legislation. What about implementation? We've got wonderful legislation, we have a wonderful constitution. Yes, progress has been made, but implementation, is that what the problem is here? Dr. Malka, you might want to touch on that one.
Yes, implementation is certainly an area that needs to happen, and I think South Africa is very progressive in terms of what it's done. If we think from a BEE point of view, we've established quotas and gone through and implemented them. And we've set targets and timeframes, and the same in any business or any organisation. When you set down your targets, you go and you deliver and you achieve them. And possibly that's one of the issues that needs to be to come through and be implemented, is having set targets and set timeframes. We have it with the mining charter. Adherence, and those are areas that need to be implemented. I think it was Norway, for instance, they're on a 40% representation of female across sectors. In Sweden, they were looking at increasing from 25 to 30% by 2011. So they're setting specific targets, and these are the targets that we need to start delivering on, and having possibly punitive damages if they're not adhered to, so that people are, in a way, yes, forced to make things happen. I think it's fairly ironic that 82%, according to the labour stats, of women in employment are actually in low, underskilled paying positions. And those are things that need to change. We are 58% of account for the graduates enrolled in universities. So women are more educated than their male counterparts.
But that does speak to education. I want to refer to a survey recently done by the research firm Ipsos that found that 18% of people it surveyed say the right to education is a male prerogative. Attitude, is this really how society thinks?
It starts from the home, Griselda. Starts from the home, where patriarchy says a male child has more opportunities, a male child is likely to keep this family running, and so the tendency is to give more attention to male children. Then go to schools, more attention is given to boys, and we are grateful that more girl children now, with the legislation we have in place and the positive attitude of government, more efforts are being made to address the girl child, and more are graduating at high school. But if you consider how many actually reach matric in South Africa, that's also part of the problem. There's a high dropout rate in South Africa and a high unemployment rate of young people, and those are issues we need to deal with as a country. And I agree that we need to set quotas for ourselves, and there has to come a time when we have to penalize as a nation people who don't adhere to commitments that they make themselves as entities, and then they don't meet those commitments. Take disability. All the legislation says minimum 2%, but how many are meeting the minimum 2% in the country? So there is a sense of impunity, there is a sense of people wanting to be pushed to do what is right.
You did a presentation in the United States, Dr. Malka, just a couple of months ago. I want to speak to that aspect of paying more attention to the girl child. In that presentation, you also highlighted the fact that still very much so in the South African society, the mindset is still that the girl child in some areas still belongs in the kitchen.
Well, that was part of it, and that's part of building on a discussion. We've got so many factors. There isn't a one set solution to anything. If we're dealing with it from, as Toko was saying, from in the home, your cultural upbringing. When you go into the workplace, you may have a very neutral workplace, but when you go back into the home, you're still facing your cultural issues. So you are applying possibly 2 or more different identity sets when you're there. Dealing with issues of teen pregnancy, dealing with issues of violence, looking at having proper role models in place, women who have broken through glass ceilings and represent an ideology that other women can follow in their footsteps. And I think that's one of the very important factors of how we're celebrating Women's Day, on what our women in 1956 did in terms of utilizing their power and their right and their vote to implement change. And I think that people should really appreciate what they've done. And we are now in a democracy, and we need to start exercising and utilizing our rights to make change and drive change and be progressive about it.
But how do we do that, Dr. Malka, when I refer to this survey again? I found it quite shocking, where the people that were surveyed, 27% felt that certain jobs should actually go to men and not to women. Perhaps on the backdrop that men can do it and women cannot. How do you do that when you walk into a society where there's still that kind of thinking, there's still that kind of attitude?
Well, I haven't seen the survey, so I can't account for how they did it, what representation it was, who the sample was, how many people were surveyed. So it's difficult to gauge in terms of who those perceptions are. Was it male perceptions? Was it female perceptions, thinking they shouldn't be in these frames of jobs? I think that is very narrow thinking, and it's about looking at our systems and being able to make that transformation. So if I revert back to the work that I was doing, this is looking at taking an amalgamation of being able to incorporate all of the external factors that we have working for us, be that from a legislation point of view, constitution, as well as internal factors. And more importantly, from an internal factor, it's about women driving and affecting change for themselves through education, because education delivers their choices.
All right, Dr. Malka and Togo Mpumalanga, we'll come back to you very shortly. Let's go back to the Thulamahashe Stadium in Bushbuckridge, where the official program is already underway. Back to my colleagues there.
Yes, Griselda, as we said, we are going to talk to women from all walks of life here at the stadium. Various have converged here on the stadium. Now, just to talk about one industry that was previously dominated by men is the SAPS, the South African Police Service. For previously, very few women took up positions in the service. I'm now joined by Lieutenant Bonang Mgwenya, just to give us a sense of, you know, how the service has evolved over the years. Good morning.
Good morning to you, ma'am.
Just talk to us about how women have taken up quite prominent positions within the service.
Even before that, let me take this opportunity and wish all women in South Africa a happy Women's Day. Coming back to the service, I can proudly say that within the service we made strides in terms of empowering women. Let me talk about our own National Commissioner, who, after a centenary in policing, she is the first woman ever a National Commissioner. But other than herself, we do have other women also, including myself, the first Chief Operations Officer within the SAPS. We have 2 Deputy National Commissioners who are women. Other than that, we have also divisional commissioners. We also have women provincial commissioners, about 5 of them within South Africa. And we do have environment which were previously no-go areas for women. And as I indicated, we pride ourselves by reason that we empowered each other by ensuring that those areas which were previously no-go areas for women are now areas which are having women, and I must say those women are making a difference, irrespective of whatever environment. We previously did not have women pilots within the police. Even the task force, which is an elite unit within the SAPS, did not have women, but I can say with pride today that we do have women that are serving equally with the men folk. We are making a difference. As I'm speaking now, yesterday we had a prestige award event in Mpumalanga here. I can tell you most of the women that took the awards were those in operational environments. Your station commander of the year, your cluster commander of the year, those were women. I can say to women in South Africa, within the SAPS, we are representing them very well. And because we do our work with passion, we continuously make a difference.
Doing work with passion, yes, that's what women do most of the time. Talk to us about how's the functioning on the ground between police officers, the ones working on the ground.
we continuously empower each other. We are saying to our men folk and also women, we need each other. We complement each other. Hence, even within the service, having realized that there were those challenges where men felt that they are being ignored, we said, let us come up with a women's network. Within the women's network, we empower each other and also how to deal with our men folk. And within the men folk, we came up with what is called a Men for Change, where men are empowering each other. We are saying both men and women within the SAPS need each other to ensure that we are able to achieve the objectives of the SAPS and ultimately ensuring that we are ensuring the safety of all South Africans.
A last question. Let's talk about the first woman police commissioner. What does that mean for the service? That symbolizes transformation, and also to say it's not only men that can be national commissioners. Men can be, women too can be national commissioners, and I can tell you we are having a very good national commissioner. That was the first Chief Operations Officer from the SAPS talking to us about inroads that women have made in this industry. We now cross to Sipapile Kunene, who is on the opposite side of the stadium.
Iyaqhubeka impikisho kuyaqhubeka kujabula kuyaqhubeka kuthokota kubakhosikazi manje sawukhuluma namake Catherine Ngwenya lo ngumfati lohlala la eMpumalanga lo tasitshela ngema challenges la face wabafati njengemfati lophila eNingizimu Afrika make Catherine Ngwenya sitshele kafisha ukuthi njengemfati lophila kule South Africa ukuphi kulkhuni lofeyisana nawo
bulkhuni kulempilo ekhona yanamhlanje yebo sithi sikhululekile kodwa kukhona lapho sisenengcindezi khona kakhulu ngoba abantu besifazane namhlanje basadlwengulwa maqedane umthetho ungasizi ngalutho sebedlwenguliwa abantu besifazane bayabulawa nokubulawa leyo ngcindezi leyo isasele. Mina ngingumama Catherine nje ngingathanda ukuthi uhulumende ake asiqinise lesandla ngoba kubuhlungu ukufa ufele into longayazi ukuthi ufeleni. And then nalaba badlwenguli umama Catherine Ngwenya ngicabanga ukuthi izidakamizwa eSouth Africa seziningi kakhulu. Ngaba yizo yini ezimbangela yaloko ukuthi ingcindezi ibe ilokwe ikhona. Singayibuki ukuthi ngabe ikuhulumende ngoba ikuphi kuhulumende sizayibheka ngoba umthetho ukhona wabekwa. Kodwa babuye baphume laba bantu. Nabaphuma laba bantu bayahlukumezeka labo asuke sebebulawelwe loyo labo abadlengiwe noma labo asebagangelwe emakhayeni ethu asisakwazi ukulala abantwana izigebengu noma abadala noma abancane thatha yonke into manje naleya ingathathwa kuqala yayingantshontsho angisayiphathi eyemfuyo abazali abasenazi imfuyo yingcindezi enye enkulu leyo ngoba impilo yomuntu lomnyama yayisemfuyweni mina ngokwami ngingumama Catherine Ngwenya ngingathanda ukuthi ugovernment enze ikhaya lalabadala njengalama old age home izisebenzi ezilapho ziyathola ukuthola umsebenzi ezizobe zisebenza zigade bogogo ngoba abanye vele bahlala ngabodwa emakhaya izingane zabo zihlala ekudeni emsebenzini. Ikhaya labantu labadala liyabaqoqa bogogo and then futhi lapha bahlezi baningi bayakhuluma ngezinto eziningi ezibakhayo lomunye ukuthi noma une stress noma sewaba nengcindezi emphefumulweni athuke eselapheka uma ehlangene nabanye bogogo beqoqa ngalezi zinto lezi. Mama uNgwenya ngathokoza kakhulu.
Ingabe ukadzeni kumbe upresident ngabe ukadzeni kumbe kupresident welive lamuhla njengoba etela Thulamahashe atawu-addressa sive nje ukadzeni njengemfati waseNingizimu Afrika?
Njengemfati waseNingizimu Afrika thina bomama vele sikakhululeki ngokwene ngingathokoza uma ugovernment angasivulela kakhulu nathi amathuba emsebenzi ngoba ikakhulu emakhaya vele abantu ababheke kakhulu amakhaya omama kodwa abakutholayo okuyimali kuncane kakhulu nezingane zibhekwa ngomama kuncane kakhulu. Uhulumende yena ngasivulela nje amathuba omsebenzi namhlanje ngingathokoza kakhulu umama Katrina ngoba nami nje kumnyama ekhaya.
Siyabonga make Christine.
Ngiyabonga.
Siseta uhamba ke manje sibuyele e-studio sibuyele ku Chrisilda lotibambe e-studio.
Well, certainly a hive of activity there at the Thulamahashe Stadium in Bushbuckridge. Thank you very much to my colleagues Spepile Kunene and Gillian Pillay. Now, what can the women of today emulate from the 1956 generation of women who took to the union buildings in Pretoria in protest against pass laws? Now, the last surviving of the 4 women who led that famous march has this to say.
They should emulate the dignity and the respect.
After that, guys, are you coming back to me?
The hard work and the non-materialism. They should emulate all of those things. And I think they should start by being a better example for their families, their young children that they are raising. Because these young children and families are actually getting sometimes a bad example from the parents. And then we wonder what is it that have brought us to the point where our young children, our people, our young men and women are killing and also fighting with parents, where the parents are scared of their sons and daughters. And all the wrongs that are happening today, it is sometimes the influences that they get, the wrong influences that they get around them, the examples that they get around them that are not good. Because as mothers and fathers behave around their children, they should set a good example. They should act it out. They should speak with respect to their children. They should instill in them a sense of pride and not say to them, do this and do that, but do it together with them and try to talk to them and encourage them and find out what is bothering them. Because it's sometimes as if they don't take notice of what is bothering young children.
Sophie de Bruyn with some wise words there. Still joining me in studio is Dr. Amalea Malka from the University of Pretoria, as well as Toko Mpumalanga of the Commission for Gender Equality. Ladies, thank you very much for staying with me. I think let's just start there. The last surviving of the Union Buildings March, saying that, of the women that went to the Union Buildings, saying that influence from the home, parents not paying attention about the kind of attitudes that they give off towards their children. Dr. Malka?
Yes, absolutely. I think it starts in the home and it goes out in terms of your relative experiences that you're exposed to. And these are ideals which I think even included in the new Women Empowerment and Gender Equality Bill. Yeah. It's about changing perceptions of men as well as women of each other and looking at altering and changing our roles and how we play and trade in society. But the fundamentals absolutely start at home, and those are things that need to be taken care of.
Sister Togo, you look like you want to add that?
Yes, I do want to add that in this day and age, most families are led by single parents. And so the concept of family, nuclear family, is actually under threat in the sense that even though there's a home, if you are alone and you work, you probably don't even have adequate time for your children. You may give them the values, but you leave them to the school to educate, to the village to assist, to the neighbors to assist you. And therefore, I think we need to work at ensuring that virtually even your neighbors, the concept of your neighbors being your parenting your own children as the concept that has always been there in your child is my child. We should bring that. And also, when children come back from school, who looks after them? And I think the concept of after-school daycare, where there are virtual mothers who are there with the children in those stressed families, because most single parents, they are parents who leave at 3 a.m. and they come back at 10 p.m.
But what is the expectation then, Sis Togo? Because you've got this parent, single parent, who is preoccupied with putting food on the table.
Yes.
I'm not saying you should neglect your child,
Absolutely.
but the child needs to eat, the child needs to go to school. So how do you then balance between putting all of that on the table and still giving enough time for homework and educating your child on the values of Mama Sophie de Bruin,
Yes.
the values of all those women who marched to the union buildings?
You have those values. That's why I come back to the fact that you have you may have extended family who help you. You may have neighbors who help you. But I really believe in early childhood education that is profound. And we haven't, as a country, taken that seriously because that assists families to build in those values, to put in modules that are helpful to children as they grow up, so that they build in them the value of self and the value of the other, the boy and the girl, knowing that my country values me, my family values, I value myself, I've got an ambition, and then you put it into the education system, and as the education system assists you as a family, you as a parent, you have an ability to also play your role. So things are not as simple as they were in the past. Our society is very, very, very complicated now.
Granted. Dr. Malka, I want to come back to that 27% that we spoke of the survey, the Ipsos survey, where that 27% believed that jobs should actually go to men rather than women. You wanted to continue on that.
Well, I think that in itself, if that's what the statistic says, is that already it shows that there are some misconceptions that need to be addressed in society of how someone can think that 27% of jobs should not go to women, that they should automatically be allocated to men. And that goes back to, as Toko was talking about, in terms of building through on fundamental values and support systems and structures, on being able to change mindsets. And it goes across from dealing with culture, dealing with education, addressing differences in tradition, differences in religion, and looking at those different value systems. And those are parts which need to be educated, not just within the home, but educated in the school, educated in any environment, and having appropriate role models in place to dissipate and distribute that knowledge, so that we have a realization of equality between men and women in terms of what they do and what their perspectives are. And I think it would be interesting to possibly run those studies across different sectors of society to see how the results duplicate or differ.
You know, Sis Togo, you know, the Justice Minister, Chief Radebe's announcement of the sexual courts, basically offences courts, being reopened again. And, you know, how that is actually going to deal with the issue of the scourge of rape of women and children in this country is a question that I want to address today. But how do we then change those attitudes? Just the other day we saw a 4-month-old baby girl and her brother being raped on a farm in Ceres by someone that was apparently alleged to be close to the family. And those kinds of attitudes, the violence against women and children, something that we don't seem to be winning against.
Well, I think we are winning. We can't say we're not winning, but the scourge is too deep. We welcome, as the Commission for Gender, and society should welcome these courts, because they will bring to bear police officers and courts that are well trained to understand the dynamics of sexual violence. Because in some instances, when people go to courts, the issue is treated as an ordinary criminal situation. Meanwhile, it's deeper than that. Here is a person who is known to the family, and of course, most rapists in some cases are known by the perpetrator is known to the victim. But when they go to court, the court almost dehumanizes you even more. The types of questions they are, the way they treat you. And what happens is that most women just don't go there. They will decide to just step back and not appear, and then the case is removed from the roll. So we're hoping that these courts will really start a new ethos and to deal with these cases fast, because some of them, here you are, we have put a case through, the perpetrator is seen somewhere in the streets, and you prefer to just stop pursuing the matter because the files get lost and so on. So we hope the system will be more efficient.
But in addition, this is definitely a plus in the fight towards the scourge in South Africa. But is it enough to do so, though? Because it does again speak to attitude. A lot has been done. Rapists are aware that if you rape, you will suffer the penalties that go with raping someone, but that doesn't seem to scare anyone off at all, because the 4-month-old baby has just been raped. The brother has just been raped as well. So what's with the attitudes?
These are absolutely tragic occurrences, and a lot has to be done in terms of changing attitudes. To other points, building on what Toko was saying, I think that is also clarification of domestic violence.
Yeah.
And perception of domestic violence. There was a report done by the Medical Research Council in association with Genderlinks, and they indicated that approximately 50% of women will experience a violent act towards them in their lifetimes. And just under 80% of men were perpetrators. So the study didn't just look at a woman's perspective or a male's perspective, but it asked specific questions of men and specific questions of women. And I thought that was particularly shocking, that men would, just under 80% of men would commit a violent act towards women. So these are serious. When you've got the data, you can see where things are happening and where things need to change. And those are serious attitudes that need to be addressed, and elements of society need to be rewired.
But rewired how?
Socialization, Griselda. Yes. Socialization. Patriarchy. I come back to patriarchy. Teaching a boy that they are in charge of everything. They are even in charge of a woman's body. It's a game to rape a girl. And I mean, the things that happen in high schools, in the playground, in parties, these are things that young boys think it's okay. It's just a game. Really, we're just playing.
You can't discard culture, though, Sis Toko, because
in culture,
in culture, you are brought up to believe uyinhloko yendlu.
Exactly.
Yeah. So then, how do you separate uyinhloko yendlu and saying, well, the girl child also still needs to be given that attention. She needs to be educated. She is quite capable of putting food on the table and actually running this household.
In fact, the Nhloko story, the head story, is exactly going against what the Constitution says. There can't be heads and tails in an equal society. We're all equal. It's a matter of what gifts do you have. If I'm gifted to lead a family and my husband is not, for goodness sake, I should lead a family, but it's the way I use my power to do that as well. Now, there's also the issue of traditional ceremonies that are done on male boys. Attention again on male boys. What they get taught in their circumcision schools and so on. Women have not had a say on what happens there. Over centuries, no say whatsoever. The men decide what the curriculum is. They come out, no one asks what they were taught. But it is clear that some of the things they are taught there in the African traditions need to be revisited big time, because they emphasize the issue of you being the head, of you being in control of society, of everything. And so they really believe that they are in charge even of our bodies. We cannot negotiate our own situation as women. And so that has to change, because this Constitution says I am equal to a man, and women must know that, and they must claim their space.
Dr. Malka, you actually touched on some of that as well with the presentation that you gave in the United States with regard to culture. I know you spoke about issues of uktwala as well, where that presentation, some of the challenges that are affecting, that don't change these perceptions on towards women, and no matter how far we've come.
Yes, I mean, those are really, it's the reality that we live in. And I think particularly more so affecting rural women. And I think if my stats are correct, we're approximately about 50% urban to 50% rural women. And in the rural communities, they've got even less say in terms of their binding and having to adhere to patriarchy. And those, I think you've really touched on those issues of how patriarchy affects. So whether there's things like primogeniture, which is the succession along a male inheritance line, so that women, you may be married, you may have accumulated your wealth, but if your husband dies, well, it goes through to the next male line. You don't get any benefit out of it. And those are fundamentals that have to change. And it's a very sensitive issue, raising between looking at what may be constitutionally right, what is constitutionally right, and what your culture is saying. Those are conflicts and tensions which come through.
So do you think not enough emphasis is being put on the rural woman?
Not necessarily. I think that we see those effects happening throughout society, but I think rural women possibly have a harder time of it because they have got less access to resources, whether it be from a court's point of view, whether it be from an education point of view. And education is not just from a formal sense in terms of what you're acquiring academically, but it's your whole knowledge base of, well, what actually are my rights? Am I aware of my constitution? Then it's financial concerns with resources, looking at land. Land is another huge issue from a rural point of view.
That's right. Dr. Malka, we'll come back to you very shortly. Stay with us as well, Togo Mpumalanga. Let's go back now to Bushbuckridge, where my colleague Spepile Kunene is standing by. Spepile, what's happening there?
Thank you, Crisilda. We are going to talk to Mpumalanga. Mpumalanga is going to tell us about South Africa's achievements when it comes to women since 1994 until now. Mpumalanga is a bishop. Let's go to Mpumalanga. Mpumalanga, usitshele kafushane ukuthi ubuka ngokubuka kwakho iSouth Africa isihambe kangakanani in terms of catering for women.
South Africa ihambe ngopfu. Loko hi languta timhaka ta vavasati ekusunguleni, vavasati a va langutiwa tanihi vanhu va ka va nga pfuni nchumu, kambe sweswi vavasati va humesiwe makhixini va vuye kaya. Vavasati va swi kota sweswi ku endla ti-business, vavasati va swi kota ku endla ti-project, vavasati na vo se va na rito hambi epalamende. Hi yo mhaka hi ngo vavasati se va fambe ngopfu. Sweswi vavasati a va nga ri na rona siku ra ku va va tlangeriwa, namuntlha hi va vona va tlangeriwa. Hi yo mhaka hi vula tani ku vavasati va tirhe ngopfu emisaveni leyi. South Africa yi endle swoho ku hlengeleta vavasati leswaku va tshama eka ndhawu yin'we, va swi kota na va ku ntshunxeka. Vavasati va ntshunxeke ngopfu xaka ra mehe, a swa ha fani na khale. Khale a hi hlupheka hi ri vavasati, namuntlha ka ha ri na wasati va biwaka, namuntlha wasati na i na rito leri a nga ri vulaka. Wasati wa swi kota ku tirha, wasati wa swi kota ku fambisa xihahampfhuka, wasati wa swi kota ku rhangela. Hi yo mhaka hi vulaka hi ku vavasati se va ntshunxekile eka nkarhi lowu, a swa ha fani na khale. Kunenenene South Africa se yi fambe ngopfu. Khale loko hi languta vavasati a hi va languta vavasati va va ku veleka vana ntsena va tshama khixini. Sweswi wasati wa swi kota ku ti tirhela, wa swi kota ku va na muti, wa swi kota ku fuma, wa swi kota ku va na khampani leyi endlaka leswaku tiko ra South Africa ri hluvuka. He manana vavasati se va fambe ngopfu. Loko va languta namuntlha hi na siku leri hi tlangelaka ra namuntlha, a ma nga tlangeriwi masiku lawa kusukela 1954 liya. Vavasati se va fambe ngopfu, se va tirha ngopfu. Vavasati na vo se va kopa palamende, vavasati va koha misava hinkwayo. Wa thinta vafazi ku thinthi mbokoti. I vavasati va kahle valava. Vavasati na vona loko se hi va langutile i vahlayisi, va swi kota ku hlayisa vana, va swi kota ku hlayisa mindyangu, va swi kota ku fuma tiko, va swi kota futhi minkarhi yin'wana ku va na ti-factory ta vona leti va ti fambisaka. Loko languta ku vavasati va swi kota ku kacha, na vona va na mfanelo ya ku kacha, va swi kota ku holela. South Africa se yi fambe ngopfu. Hi titwa hi tshunxekile hi ri vavasati, hi titwa hi tsakile hi ri vavasati, hi titwa hi ri henhla ku xiximiwa. Languta loko languta vavasati va swikhwala, na vo se va xiximiwa masiku lawa. Khale hi va pfalela tindlwini, va nga ha ri na ndlela ya kahle. Sweswi vavasati va swi kota xaka ra mehe, vavasati va kahle njhe, va ku vana va lahlekeriwile, va nga ri na miehleketo ya kahle, va hlayisiwa. Hi yo mhaka hi vulaka tani ku vavasati se va le mahlweni sweswi eka xikwembu xi katekisa.
In short, she is saying that South Africa has gone a long way in catering for women. Women now own businesses. Women now are found in parliament. Women are doing it for themselves. And she is so grateful for that. She is grateful to the government and she's grateful to the president. We will now cross over to Crisilda, who's in the studio.
Thank you very much. There, live pictures from the Thulamahashe Stadium in Mpumalanga. Thank you very much to my colleagues Pepile Kudene there, who's speaking to all the women there. Really looks like a packed stadium out there celebrating Women's Day on this day. Let's come back to our guest, Dr. Amalea Malka from the University of Pretoria, as well as Sis Togo Mpumlana from the Commission for Gender Equality. Ladies, I want to talk patriarchy, power in the workplace, and the effects thereof on women. Sis Togo.
The first thing we should remember is that power can be quite dangerous if it doesn't come with humility and empathy and the understanding and the respect of the other. So that's the basic. It does not matter whether you're male or female. Power can really get into you and you find yourself using your power to trample on the rights of the other person. So that's the first thing. In the workplace, there are bosses, and there's always a boss, and there's always someone who's not a boss. And we all want to be employed, we all want jobs. And because we want jobs, there's such high unemployment, you want to keep your job. You want to work hard, you want to ensure that you get your job. And so your boss should respect the fact that you are working hard to get your job and to feed your family and whoever. But it does happen that bosses abuse that power. We heard recently of someone who, I don't know whether it was in this country or somewhere, who made sure that the people go and get laundry, they go and scrub, and they do everything that's outside of their job because I am the boss. I think she was a magistrate somewhere. I am the boss, you do what I want. And of course, people will do that. Others will go as far as sexual favors. If they are male, they may go for sexual favors, because if you want your job, sometimes you'll just say, I want to keep my job, and so you do that. So that happens in the workplace. That is why you need a framework, policies that will ensure that they protect you against abuse of power, and also against yourself, your desperation to keep your job, such that you do things that go against the spirit of our own constitution and your own human dignity and infringes on your own rights. And so we always ask in a workplace that people must have sexual harassment policies, must create fora where people can feel safe to talk about what happens at the workplace, and people should feel safe to lay charges and have their issues raised in a manner that respects them and respects the other. So that's what happens.
I'll come back to you very shortly, Sis Togo. Let's go back to the Thulamahashe Stadium. There where my colleague Gillian Pillay is standing by. Gillian, what's the latest there?
Festivities are in full swing here, Criselda. We continue to talk to women from all walks of life about gains made in the sector in male-dominated industries. I'm now joined by Professor Thengiwe Mkhize. She's also the Treasurer General of the ANC Women's League. Just talk to us about some of the gains women have made.
Well, in terms of legislation, we've come a long way. Gender equality is no longer an issue. But the situation on the ground for women is giving cause for concern. For instance, in terms of economic inclusion, we know very well many of our women are not yet the front runners in driving the economy in strategic sectors. As we reflect on the gains that women made during the most difficult time, we want to use their courage, their resilience, their wisdom, their leadership qualities to ensure that we tackle our own challenges.
Professor, let's just talk about some of the horrifying incidents of gender violence that we see playing itself out every day in our society. Surely those are the struggles that you're talking about?
You know, today, as the generation of today, we are sharply raising the question of gender-based violence. because we do believe it's not something which we should react to. We need a systematic approach, starting from socialization and looking at power relations all the way through. What's happening at a school level is our curriculum assisting young men to understand the importance of equality. Is the private sector playing its part in terms of ensuring that in the boardrooms where decisions are made, in management, in strategic positions where women are beneficiating in terms of empowerment, women are in the forefront. Those are challenges of today that we are saying we need to be systematic and decisive about them.
Let's talk about the legislation. Yes, we have great legislation. Yes, it's great on paper, but implementation on the ground remains problematic in the case of gender violence, in the case of women reporting incidents to authorities.
You know, we have serious challenges on the ground, but as women, we have to do exactly what those women did in 1956. They mobilized, they came together, they coordinated their effort. They crossed all the boundaries against geographical representation, class, race, age. That's exactly what we are supposed to do, because these problems we're talking about, for instance, substance abuse, it affects our youth. But as mothers, we have a role to play. In rural areas, the dimensions are different. So really, we have to use the strategies and tactics of those women to overcome our challenges today.
Just to throw in a question, a day like this, what does it mean to you as a woman, as a mother?
You know, for me is to say, what legacy am I leaving? And for young people, what are they doing to position themselves to take over leadership from us? You know, South Africa is a youthful country. If in the economy, young women are not leading, if in policy, public life, young women are not leading, in the media, then we have a serious problems, because it means they are not taking forward the struggle of gender equality and of providing leadership. The women we celebrate, they led the ruling party then, the mass democratic movement. It's about leadership, taking a leadership role.
Just in a final question, the way forward, looking at all the struggles on the ground.
You know, the atmosphere is conducive because we are in democracy. All we have to do is to scale up our efforts, not to be casual about it, but to be decisive and to ensure that our voices are heard. But for me, the most important thing for women is unity across all dividing lines.
And there you have it from Treasurer General Thengiwe Mkhize saying all that we need is unity to take this struggle forward, struggle on the ground on various levels. Back to you, Griselda.
Thank you very much to my colleague there, Gillian Pillay, at the Thulamahashe Stadium in Bushbuckridge. Just some of the stuff that we're expecting to come out of that stadium today. President Jacob Zuma is expected to give an address there, as well as Lulu Xingwana, the Minister of Women, Children and People with Disabilities. Ladies, coming back to you here in the studio, Dr. Malka, as well as Mpumalanga. Just before we went to Gillian, we were speaking about patriarchy, what needs to happen in the workplace to ensure that women are able to use particular tools to protect themselves from those in power, whether it be gentlemen, whether it be women. But corporate governance should be one of the critical issues put in place, Dr. Malka.
Yes, I mean, any good corporation will have a corporate governance and policies from human resource point of view, governing how the organization operates, what needs to happen, how behavior is expected of them, what the culture is of the organization. There should be an induction process, socialization into the company or the corporation, and what the rules of operations are, because I mean, we've already spoken about the fact that culture can differ in the home, culture can differ in the workplace, and it's about utilizing the rules that operate within that workplace, and these are the rules that need to be abided to by people whilst they're working in that company or corporation. And I think it's interesting if we almost look at different organizations, and in essence they're almost micro-governments in themselves as microcosms of how works and operations occur. And you need to understand what your roles are, what your regulations are, and to report things and to have a safe environment. As Togo was saying, it's knowing who to go to, knowing what the issues are, knowing what the boundaries are of crossing, and what is the definition of sexual harassment. And those are ways in which we protect ourselves as well as our colleagues and other employees to ensure that we work to our best ability and that we are protected and the company's protected as well.
Do you think the recent incident, Sis Togo, involving the COSATU Secretary General Zwelinzima speaks to this?
I think it does, and in fact he has admitted that he breached the line at work, and I think he's one of many others who probably do the same, and I think it is a warning to people to say, make a workplace where every employee works to the best of his or her ability and rises in the ranks because of the work they do, not because they know who. They have connections with bosses, and I think that simply because he has admitted, it's actually a sign to other men in power that such things should not happen at the workplace.
Apart from good corporate governance and what companies themselves can do to ensure that employees are safe, how do you protect then yourself as a woman in that environment? You're up against someone who's a decision maker, somebody who can either make or break whether you go forward, as some women would look at it. What can you do to protect yourself?
Well, it's raising the issues. You've got that, as we've got a constitution, a government constitution, which would protect you constitutionally. You've got the legislation within the organisation, and it's following through. And so you had the professor talking about it's activating your voice, it's activating your right. It's not standing down. You've got your own self-dignity, your own self-worth, your respect, and doing what's right. And I think that's in essence that goes back to why we're celebrating Women's Day. It's about doing what's right. Those women fought against the passes. It was incorrect, and we need to activate our voice, activate our votes, bring to light any discrepancies that are occurring, and deal with them and address them. Otherwise it goes back to almost like we were talking about with the constitutional, so the gender violence-based courts. Yeah. We've got those bodies in place. We need to utilize them. They're there to serve a purpose, and that's the purpose and the correct channel to address and raise those concerns and issues, to prevent things from happening not only to you as an individual but also to your other colleagues, and so issues don't escalate.
We're celebrating today Centenary, looking back to the first march in Bloemfontein. But the struggle of women today, is it any different? Yes, we're talking about pass laws, the pass books, but the challenges that women face today, is there enough support? Is the support enough to deal with the ever-changing challenges that women are faced with in 2013?
Well, I think our life has become increasingly complicated. We are no longer, if you look at it from a society point of view, we're not an isolated zone geographically. The world is interconnected. We are connecting out within our networks that crosses geographic boundaries, that crosses time zones. We're living in a postmodern society, that's as a nutshell. And in terms of dealing with these complexities, new issues arise. We may overcome old issues, but we've got new issues that arise, and those need to be addressed. And in the same way as our predecessors did, it's about building on that base that they've established, dealing with the issues that we have currently, and in order for the next generation to take advantage over what we've built and developed. So there's always going to be issues, but it's activating our voices, dealing with those issues and addressing them so that it is betterment for the next generation, and helping us as we get through today's society.
Sis Togo?
I think that some of the issues come from the past, as I've said, patriarchy and culture and religion. However, there are new challenges, and I think that in order for us to really invest, we should be honest with ourselves as a society and say, we still talk in terms of very gender-neutral policies in most cases. If there is a budget, the budget will say, we give economic empowerment, full stop. We don't really look at how many women are we seeking to empower with this? And ring fence money to ensure that women get. I just heard yesterday there's going to be youth empowerment. They can come and get money as young people. And I was asking myself, I wonder how many young women will get that money. And yet they will, the NYDA will say, we've given money to young people. I think our budgeting for gender equality is very, very skewed, and we should admit as a nation that we could do better. Just taking the ministry and taking gender equality, our commission, the money we get is minuscule compared to the task at hand. It tells you that society doesn't even take us seriously. And you can go to companies. Companies leave very little for any programs for women. They give bursaries, they'll give 1 woman and 3 men. What does that say about gender equality? They've got to have policies that critically look at how do we enforce gender equality in the way, even in the way we think, in the way we do, and our policies must reflect that, and our economic allocation, financial allocation should do the same.
To be able to deal with these problems. I'll come back to you very shortly, ladies. Let's go to the Thulamahashe Stadium now, where my colleague Spepile Kunene is standing by. Spepile.
Ezandleni kuleyo ndawo siyababona bomashayinawo
Sibongile sizokhuluma noSibongile la uzositshela inkinga ababhekene nabo njengabantu base Bushbuckridge, ikakhulukazi ngokushoda kwamanzi nokushoda kwemigwaqo kanye maybe nokushoda kwezinsiza ekufelele ngabe bayasithola njengabantu abahlala eNingizimu Afrika. Sibongile Dlamini, Sibongile usitshele kabanzi ukuthi nizizwa njani njengabantu base Bushbuckridge ukuthi aninazo insiza eziphi kahle kahle insiza enishoda ngazo?
Insiza lesiyifunayo thina abantu bangalakithi sidinga indlo. Mina ngabhalisa indlo nanyalo anginayo. Ngimama wesingle parent ngine2 yebantwana angisebenzi ene ngifunde esikolo ngesikhathi seapartheid. Ngiwa76 sengifanele ngwenza kuphi ngoba uma ngiapply bathi asifuneki ngoba kufuneka abasha. Samina nyalo ngifuna ukuthi ngibhashe abantwana bami ngani. Amanzi siyawabona sesinawo. Bathi indlo siyabhalisa atiphumi. Bathe lilinye la ngazongibhalisa ngetindlebe ngoba indlebe tami kunesikhathi ativuki ene ngihlupha nangezulu ngiyosebenza kuphi ngoba abantu abagulayo abawafuni. Sanyalo ngisebenza la abantu ngikhona ukuthi ngiyenzele abantwana bami. Umgwanyo siyawufuna akukhona ukuhambeka nobugebengu buningi. Siyasaba nokuhamba sifuna imisebenzi ngoba ungasuka bangena.
Okay, Sibongile ukathe ukuthi kumbe president utasitshela ngani lamuhla?
Mina ngifuna ukuthi asizame ngomgwaqo etibhedlela. Uma siya etibhedlela sihamba kabuhlungu ngoba sisekudzeni etibhedlela. Ngikhumbula elinye ilanga ngiva buhlungu ebusuku ngafika esibhedlela udokotela wangibuyisa ngakanginiki lutho ene ngiva buhlungu mina ebusuku. Sanisito lakhona likuphi?
Kambe yini kahle kahle lokathe ukuthi lamuhla president akhulume ngayo njengemhlali wase Bushbuckridge?
Umsebenzi siyawufuna sitokhona kubhaso abantwana bethu. Igrant siyayibona mara le kusuku ufunayo sifuna umsebenzi, sifuna ama-toilet, sifuna itindo tama-RDP siyakheliwe endaweni yase Bushbuckridge. Umgwanyo kakhulu uyafuneka. Nobugebengu abantwana bethu badlenguliwa ngenza bebugebengu. Kumele silwe nale kakhulu ngale bugebengu ngoba siyawona abantwana bethu sesiyasaba sitosebenza kanjani futhi sisebenzele abantwana bethu ngoba bugebengu bugcwele. Naw masihamba ngalapha uthola ukuthi akuhambi kahle ufuneke angazi ukuthi ngiwasho kini namhla sifuna yena asiyende lokusibona.
Siyabonga Sibongile, siyabonga luvo lwakho, siyabonga ligalelo lwakho njengamake. sesitawuqhubeka nyalo nehlelo sibuke ukuthi kwendekani around sive ukuthi kumbe bantu bativa banjani ngelilanga lalamuhla.
Ezandleni kuleyo ndawo. Angiyababona bomama bashaya inyawo lapha. Hayi bomama ke lishayela izandla lapho. Aniyashaya inyawo. Nikhumbula 1956 when you started all this. Senithi ngikhathele. Ngiyabona namhlanje nisasenayo that nisasenawo lawo mandla. Thank you very much. SAPS yeah, brass band. Bazo makahle manje. Basilungiselela i-national anthem. Yeah, i-president basezongena. Sizocela u-DJ and give us a nice music, okay? Yeah.
When must I start? We're expecting the program to get underway really soon. The president seems to be on his way. So we'll have the premier of the province giving us some sort of address on celebrations here. We're just seeing some sort of festivities, women dancing, the ANC Women's League really drawing the crowd here with all their antics. Real Women's Day celebrations. Griselda?
Well, that is some serious dancing going on there at the Bushbuckridge Stadium. Somehow I wish I was there, ladies.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. Sis Togo, we were speaking just before we went to Bushbuckridge on power in the workplace and how women need to continue to protect themselves. But is there a clear understanding from women on what it is that they need to do? Do they understand that there are all these tools that are out there to assist them if you ever find yourself in that situation?
I think we need to do more education. We should accept that it's a big job to do, to educate people about their rights. Remember, patriarchy teaches you that you are not good enough, your voice is not being heard, so there are times when you hesitate and you stumble and fall. Yep. And so we need to, I think I like what Professor Mkize said about mobilizing other people and supporting one another. At the workplace, there are those who have traveled the road much better, who know how to navigate such issues, who may be able to listen to you if you feel that the system is failing you. But Commission for Gender Equality is there for you as well. I mean, if the system totally fails you and you don't know where else to go, our commission is there to make people toe the line in terms of what the rights and freedoms, how the rights and freedoms are exercised in this country. No one should feel that they are alone in this country because the framework is there. All we need to do now is to use the rights that have been enshrined in our constitution and use the institutions that exist to make sure that our dignity is not infringed upon.
Doctor, are we as loud as the women of 1956? Are we as loud in voice? Are we as loud in terms of what we want? Are we as loud in terms of change? Are we loud in terms of equality?
We're probably louder. I think we've got stronger voices. We've already talked about some of the statistics that we've made as breakthroughs from Parliament point of view, from a industry point of view. And if you think of the tools that we've got available to us now as communication tools, especially from a social media perspective or mobile media, these are tools which allow us to amplify our voice. And as we start to build and deliver on our own networks, we in turn communicate with other women, and that has a cascading effect and an effect of empowerment. So I would say, yes, we are loud, but raising the point of looking at aspects where perhaps we need to be more unified in certain areas, because in order to make change change, and especially from a democratic point of view, you have to have that critical mass behind you. So you could have want to drive one pocket of change in an area, but if you don't have enough volume, the effects that you're going to have may be undermined. But it's driving and achieving your critical mass.
All right, we'll come back to you very shortly, ladies. Let's go back to Bushbuckridge now. If you've just joined us, you're watching a special broadcast here on SABC2 and the SABC's DSTV channel 404, a special broadcast on Women's Day. All the live pictures coming from the Thulamahashe Stadium. Let's go to my colleague now, Pepile Kunene, who is there with their guests. Pepile.
Thank you, Crisilda. Sila Thulamahashe sizo-celebrate ilanga labafazi. Abafazi lapho babamba khona iqhaza. Bamasha ngo-1956. Bayopresenta izikhalo zabo ngokungafuni ukuphatha udompasi. Sizokhuluma nomama uSibongile. Umama uSibongile umama we-ANC, uku-ANC Women's League. Mama Sibongile, sitshele kafisha njengomfazi oku-Women's League ukuthi uzizwa unjani ngeqhaza elabanjwa abafazi baseNingizimu Afrika bamashela ukuphatha udompasi.
Ngithanda ukubonga kakhulu ngingumama osemncane kulanga namhlanje elikhulu kangaka nanxa ubaba wethu owasilwela esesibhedlela sithi bomama abasilwela ngale yaminyaka singakaveli kwathina abanye kwabe sebalala awusuku namhlanje siyabonga uthi kuze sibe kufikele sonamhlanje basilwela kumadompasi nakubelungu uthi balungu abelungu namhlanje konke siyenzayo yenza ngokukhuleka singena nalokho kungangenwa khona singena iminyango eminingi yayivaleke kwakuqaleni namuhla iminyango leyo sivulekile ngesimanga saboma ayibalwa ngale yaminyaka leyo singakaveli kwathina.
Okay, sibonge mama Sibongile, sibonge ukusichazela kabanzi indlela ozizwa ngayo. Sisahamba manje sibuyela kuJillian Pillay.
Thank you, Sipa Pile. We continue to talk to women here about what the day means to them. I'm now joined by Ms. Sabia. Just talk to us, what does this day mean to you?
This day means that all women of South Africa are celebrating our day as it is, because we know all of us that we are now free. In totality, if I'm saying in totality, we mean that we are free at home, at work, in business, and wherever we are, because of the roots of our freedom, because of our democracy. We are now free.
What would you like to see changed?
I would like to see women enjoying this change, this democracy, being through empowerment. The issue of 50-50 should be implemented everywhere, whether government or business or small business at home. The issue of 50-50 should be there. Women should regain their dignity in as early as if you are a newborn. Then you have to get that dignity as a woman and to be respected everywhere by any person.
Just to show you what we're getting right now, we're seeing hordes of ANC Women's League members joining in dance and song, celebrating this Women's Day. Back to Criselda.
Okay, sinoma munyembe la uzositshela kabanzi ngeenkinga kumbe ama-challenges abafesene nawo nokuzibongela ke kumbe kuhulumeni ukuthi ubenzele njengabafazi base-Bushbuckridge. Mamuyembe sitshele kabanzi nendlela
kuhulumeni siyabonga ngoba abantwana abahlwembu abahluphekile bayakwazi ukudla esikolweni nokubhatala i-school fees abantwana abasabhatali. Okusele amanzi asinawo ngoba umsebenzi awukho, besifuna ukulima manje amanzi awekho ukuthi sikwazi ukulima, ukuthi sizothengisa le msilu sizithengele ukudla. Amanzi iproblem yethu, kodwa okuningi ugovernment wethu uyasenzela, siyabonga. Namatrektele ugovernment uyawakhipha. Okusele nje amanzi nendlela imigwaqo.
Siyabonga mamnyema. Lo kumamnyembe umama ohlala la eBushbuckridge asitshela
All right, thank you. Zebo, thank you. Ngicela nishayele izandla bomake. Angizwa bomake bashaya izandla lapho.
I'm now joined by Ice Matonzi. She is with the Disabled People of South Africa. Ice, just talk to us about what would you like to see happen for disabled people?
I would like to use Zulu as first. Lo mina ngikufunayo njengomuntu lakhubazekile lakhona la eSouth Africa ku Disabled People South Africa ngithanda ukuthi sibona abantu bonke labakhubazekile ba empowered bathole konke lokubakufunayo ku government ethu like babe netindlu bathole umsebenzi bakhona ukuthola yonke into lebayifunayo njengebantu labakhubazekile.
Do you think enough has been done? Do you think enough has been done to empower disabled people?
Not yet enough. I think government sisayicela ukuthi at least if ingangeta amandla kancane ukuthi at least abantu abakhubazekile nabo uma bathi sikhuluma nge-50-50 nalakithi kube 50-50 nanoma bakhuluma nangendzaba ye like le 2% lekuwonke lama departments sibone le 2%.
And that was Ice Matonzi talking to us about some of the gains that still has to take place for disabled people of South Africa.
Sinobaba la ubaba Albert uzositshela kabanzi ukuthi uzizwa njani ngosuku lwabafazi. Baba Albert, uzizwa njani ngosuku lwabafazi olucelebratewa lamuhla lucelebratewa eThulamahashe nizovakashelwa yipresident. Uzizwa njani ngalokho?
Ngizizwa ngijabule kakhulu ukuthi bomama babonakala ngoba bomama mina izolo lokho kade ngibelethwa idate yami ngihlanganise 63 years manje ngiyababonga bomama ngoba bangilethile emhlabeni okuhle ngiyakubona mara kusele ngapha kuma mayor namakhanselara abomama bashoda amanzi abomama labahlala khona itrata zilunganga uma umama angatholakala ebusuku afuna kuyoteta iambulance ngeke ikwazi kuyofika la ahlala khona lokho bengifisa ngathi government uma ngabe yakhona angahle mhlawumbe ayendi inspection sekuthi athathe munye umuntu enasport amlethe la atoyendi inspection la athathe wangala ayendi inspection ngale ngoba lokho ngilokhu kuyenza ukuthi abantu baze bashaya ematoyitoyi.
Okay babe ubheke ukuthi uhulumende anishele ngani lamuhla. What are you expecting from the president today?
Ngibheke ukuthi mhlawumbe government uzasitshela ukuthi kukhona okunye okuzayo okuhle kufana nalokhu khona namuhla ngoba la bomama abasebenzi ukube ngabe bayenza ukuthi bathole ama-investment kabo Eskom ukuthi na uthenga ugesi wazi ukuthi nawe uzozuza lapho.
Okay baba.
Yeah.
Cela usitshele kabanti nge-abuse lefacwa abafati. Bafati bayabulawa bayashaywa bendiwa yonke lembo lebuhlungu.
Yebo. Lokho vele kuyayenteka. Bobabe bakhona bobabe labanye abasengibobabe. Bakhona labanye lomunye uyabulala umntwana wakhe lomunye naye futhi ubulele bantwana bakhe babili ngala elwazanini ngathi bathi kukhona manje lokho ngiko lokungakalungi ukube umuntu lobulele uyatholwa avalelwe angakhulunyiswa anganika bail loyo muntu loyo asimuntu okuhlala nebantu ngoba kwayena uza abe la emhlabeni ngenzaba bomaka.
Okay sibonga Sibonge kubabe, sibonge umlayeto la ushito. Uthi umlayeto wababe kubobabe. Ababe bobabe labaqotho, bobabe labanakekelako, bobabe labanemphatho, bobabe labanesandla, kubafati nebantwana. Sesawuhamba sichubeke nelihlelo futhi kumbe siyawuhlola Jillian ngale kuthi kuchubeka ngakuye.
Thank you, Sipapile. We are now joined by an entrepreneur in the transport industry who's going to talk to us about how she started up and how she made her business into a flourishing one. There's countless examples like this one here at the stadium. Just talk to us about how you started up, the difficulties, the challenges you experienced.
Gillian, I started in business 32 years ago. I started with a very small curio shop and grew that area to a shopping center. You know, the olden days shopping centers. But I am breaking it down to a major shopping center. Right now, the building is going on. How I got into the transport industry, we had an old truck at home that I used to cut sand. I started driving that truck at the age of 11. And obviously, it was an old James truck which I had to stop and blow. I learned how to fix trucks at that age between 11 and 13. 13 years ago, an opportunity presented itself where I opened a workshop where I was doing military trucks for the army. And there was a bus industry where I started fixing their buses, and I was invited to be a director, and eventually I bought shares in the company, Basco, which right now as I'm talking, I am a major shareholder of that company. We've got 400 buses and 58 luxury buses. We transport 158,000 passengers a day. And 10 years ago, I decided that we need women because I know I am focused and whatever I do it perfectly. So I brought in women, took girls who matriculated, got them to get driver's licenses. They started with rigid buses. Right now, the 149 women drivers that I have are driving train buses with code 14. We've introduced bi-articulated buses, which is 3 buses in one, and the best driver in those 10 bi-articulated buses is a woman.
Wow, such an inspiring story. Let's talk about your message to women who would want to emulate your example.
It's focus number one and go-getter. Because if you want something, nobody will bring it to you. You must go and get. And that the issue that women should be concentrating in one area only, which is soft skill, is nonsense because we can do it. I am in the motor industry, military as well as transport, one of the biggest bus operators in South Africa, owned by this woman.
And how do men respond to you being in, you know, it's generally a male-dominated industry that you've basically you rose up in this industry. How do men react and respond to you?
In the bus industry, well, it's still male-dominated, but when we started, people thought, but it's not going to last. And it's lasting, it's growing, it is the best in Africa. On the military side, the people who were doing the military side, obviously white, wrote me off and said within 3 months she's going to close. And right now, I am maintaining 7 SAI Special Forces, 4 SAI vehicles, and even exporting military vehicles out of South Africa to Uganda and other areas.
Just a last question. The motivation behind you particularly wanting to empower women within your community, targeting women to bring them into your business?
It's because I know women are the best. I've proven it with the drivers. I've proven it with the mechanics who I sent through training. NQ level 6, they are in my workshop fixing the buses, the best people. And what I did is we allocated when one of our partners sold his shares. we allocated 10% to the staff. And with a staff of 1,100, 40% are women, and they are empowered because they are working knowing that they own this company.
And that was just some of the positive stories that's come out of this area. And we'll bring more similar stories to you here from Thulamahashe here in Bushbuckridge.
Sinamaga wase Bushbuckridge lokungumake Elizabeth tasitshela kabanti ngebulkhuni lapfacile njengemfati lokhulisa abantwana ayedwa. Maka Elizabeth sitshele ngebulkhuni lobufacile njengamake lokhulisa abantwana ayedwa.
Ngifacile ngalabantwana bokushiwa ngabatali babo. Manje ngimake nginje anginandoda ngibambelela abantwana ngisele kunabo bayi3 bafeliwe ngabatali. Manje bakhona laba babaneka kutekudla tokuthusa laba bakushiwa. Manje mina laba bami abatholi lutho. Manje so ngimake ngila kuzuma uthi naba banika labanjani na. Ngifuna kuvisisa kuthi indaba yofana leyo ngoba tinto
ingabe make wena awuyitholi yini imali ye grant njengoba offense aniketwa imali ye grant.
Imali ye grant ngithola kuphela yamntwana mara timpahla netakudla abanginiki abatitholi and baze bangibhalisa tindlu tethi RDP ngekulanzesta na 2 nyalo lo mnyaka batili bafika bangibhalisa mara indlu yami ayikaphumeleli kusukela ngo2000.
Nyalo make ukatse ukuthi president welive akukhulumise ngani akukhulumise ngetindvo letifaka ekhatsi ini.
Mina president ngifuna ukuthi angikhulumise ukuthi angithuse ngoba labantwana nginabo bafeliwe ngabatali babo ene lo munye umntanami ubhubhele ngindoda nginebantwana bayi3 labashiwe bafeliwe ngabantwana manje ngifuna ukuthusiwa nguye umnikazi wethu.
Okay, imibhiyozo nekujabula nenfokoto iyachubeka la eThulamahashe stadium njengoba abafati bachubeka nekufika nemadvosa nabo bonke bato celebrate abafati. Sitawuchubeka siye Chris Hilda studio.
Also singing and dancing there, as you can see the live pictures coming from the Thulamahashe Stadium there in Bushbuckridge. Some great success stories there as well of women conquering in what would be perceived as a male-dominated industry. Sis Togo, great success stories as well.
Absolutely. Those are the role models for our young women in particular. And we should celebrate more and more of those stories and get them out. And thank you, SABC, for making sure that she is seen and heard so that many more young people who are watching can say, I also want to be like her, and it is possible. That's all that we want to say to our young people, that it is possible. You can conquer the hurdles that you are meeting. Just focus and work hard.
But the challenges are many, Doctor.
Absolutely.
Yes. Well, it doesn't, success doesn't come easy. It is about hard work, it's about perseverance, it's about dedication, and it's also about support structures. You can have your ambition and your desires to go through and achieve and deliver, but you also need to have appropriate support in place to help you to do that, whether it's assisting with your family, whether it's assisting with after-school activities or helping your children or other means. But it does depend on support structures. And my fundamental drive on everything is about looking at education, because through education, that is the empowerment of yourself. It gives you the choices. It helps you choose which profession or job you want to go into. Without those choices, you simply don't have a choice. It's looking at the betterment of your family, be it from health choices, from how you're going to choose to educate your children, what environment you want to surround them in, and that is delivered through education as a tool of empowerment. And it also is an area where we can start introducing change, further change into society. We're talking about how we can do change, and I think that this is possibly one area. As it mentioned from our statistics point of view, in higher education, women outrank men, 58% graduates versus 42%. And this is something that we can start utilizing to our advantage in society.
But why do we continue to bear the brunt of poverty and all sorts of injustices within society, if that is the case?
Bearing
the brunt of poverty, particularly in society.
I don't think that that's purely just a woman's burden. I think it's a burden of society. We've got tremendously high unemployment figures. We also have low salaries. On a Stats SA survey, I think it was the January-February 2013 quarterly run, the median earning across South Africa, or the people measured, was only 2,800 Rand a month. And that's the median earnings. And obviously you look at a range going from, I think, about 500 up plus. But poverty is not something that's affecting women in isolation. It's a much bigger picture.
But I think it's our numbers as well. We're in the majority as women, and so we are likely to be the majority that bear the brunt. But I would like to differ slightly and say that if we're in the majority, then we should be in the majority at the top as well. So there's something wrong with society, the way it is structured, the opportunities that have been given. Coming back to the fact that there are more graduating now, where are they? Where are they now in the ladder? Are we tracking as a country in our Human Development Index
then where
to
are
make
these
sure
women? That's my next
to make
question.
sure that when they enter the job market, they stay there and we're able to support them such that they keep moving, and as they keep moving we bring more and society will stabilize. If there's no serious strategy to do that, it's going to be erratic. Government must also plan properly on how to make sure that that is done. And in the private sector, in the public sector, they've done very well in terms of the layers. But private sector is where the difficulty is.
And this is possibly where, again, it's using what we have to our advantage. So if we say that, yes, we've got more graduates, that looking at the level that going into an entry level on a position, as you say, you have to have a minimum qualification. That if you want a managerial position, you have to have a minimum postgraduate qualification. So these are the qualifications, and once we get into that level, men won't be able to argue with women because the barometer is set to have a degree, or set to have a postgraduate degree to get to the next level. So if we're coming in with the minimum criteria, we're already halfway there. So that's one way of looking at change. And there was an interesting quote from Boris Johnson in the UK in 2007, where he said that far more female graduates are coming out of the British universities than male graduates. And in 30 years' time, when these people reach the peak of their careers, the entire management structure of Britain will have been transformed and feminized. And their ratio is 55% to 45%. We've got a ratio of 58 to 42%. So I think we don't have to wait 30 years to start seeing those changes.
Those changes need to happen now. But we've seen a lot of groups come up and address men and say to men, you need to stand up and be counted against the scourge of violence against women and children. But the educational aspect, I think I want to move to that, of men, to say you need to stand up and be counted. This is what it cannot be accepted by women. This is the way that things are going to happen from now on. Are we seeing quite a lot of that? Are you happy with the way that things are going with regard to that aspect? The education towards men to say that this cannot continue.
I haven't seen statistics, but through observation, if I look at how university students interact at the University of Pretoria, I'd say that it's there. You don't see discrepancies between genders, that there is equality. And obviously, as we were talking about organizations, we also have legislation in place on how people treat one another and what is expected of them. But that's, this is a bigger picture. This is something which has to take effect throughout society, throughout all of our systems and culture, and driving change on, as I said before, it's about rewiring certain aspects and putting in that education on how we decide we want to live.
There is a song that says, macho, macho men.
Yes.
So that tells you that society says you must be a macho man. And so it's actually attitudes as well that we have to work at. And but coming back to tradition and culture and religion, it's a long way to go. In the rural communities, that is still an issue. Where women are, where men are, where young women are, and where elderly women are, there's a clear separation. There's still a long way to go. In the religion, the same story. So we operate at different levels in our society. It's a very complicated situation, actually fascinating as well, in that there are pockets of excellence where things have just moved. People have accepted that this is where things are. But there are pockets where you still start from a grade 1 and be able to say, you know, there's this thing called the Constitution, and the Constitution says this, and this is the right you have in the Constitution, and this is how we are going to exercise your rights. So we have to attack this patriarchy at different levels.
Ladies, we'll come back to you very shortly. Let's go back now to the Thulamahashe Stadium, where proceedings are getting underway there. Let's go back to my colleague Spepile Kunene, who is at the stadium there. Spepile?
Yes, Criselda, people are still coming in. We are going to be talking to Mrs. Shonga. Mrs. Shonga is a caregiver at some home-based care place. She is going to tell us about the challenges that she faces. Ma'am Shonga, briefly tell us about your work and how do you do there and what challenges do you face at your workplace?
That's on baby werk. Ik werk hard. Maar die mensen van ons gaan daar, ons krijgen baie jammer wat andere mensen van daar die huis, ze kan niet aan elkaar verstaan. Ze kan niet andere mensen, dat zieke mensen, die kost geven. Ons moet altijd, als ons kan daar die ziekes helpen, ons krijgen baie zwaar. En toen nou, als aan onze geld, ons niet voor recht komt om onze geld te, want die geld is baie klein. Wat ons krijgt baie zeer met de ziek mensen. Ander een kan niet opstaan op die bed. Ander een zij slaap. Ander een zij kan niet eerst leren. Ander een die dood binnen kan onze handen. Toen nou ons moet net ambulance vragen om die kenners die ziek mensen komen halen. Die ambulance vat net haar tijd. Maar die tijd van vandaag is baie lekker en ons blij vandaag, want onze government komt kijken en kom kijken zo in Thulamahashe.
How do you feel about the president coming here and what are you expecting from the president?
Baie blij. Ons weet niet wat ons kan zeggen. Van gisteren ons gereid tot vandaag morgen kom die kant toe om onze president kom zien. En die crime maar is baie als onze government kan net daar die crime bieden. Afslag. Hier mensen wat maakt die mensen dood en rape die oude mensen, die kleine kenners en alsjeblieft. Ons vraag, alles onze mensen, nee, ons cresceer met onze kenners. Als misschien onze government kan net zijn hand haar vangen.
Thank you, Ma'am Shonga. Thank you for telling us all you feel about the president being here today. We will cross over now to Gillian Pillay, who's on the other side of the Bushbuckridge.
Thank you, Super Pile. We have now roped in men to give us some sort of perspective of their thoughts of the inroads women have made in various sectors here in society. I'm now joined by Ntlantla Msimangis from the IFP. Your thoughts on this day?
This day is very important to all of us as South Africans, because there's a day where we celebrate our women, and then the women of South Africa, they played a very important role in South Africa. Today we are free because of their participation, and they've given a lot to us as South Africans. So we're happy to be here today as an IFP because we're here to celebrate this day with them.
What is your party doing to empower women in, you said you're from KZN, from women in your province?
There's a lot. For example, our General Secretary of the Freedom Party, Mrs. Mongela Nkomo, she's a woman, and we got a lot of women in parliament and in the senior positions in the party. So we really take women very seriously.
Let's talk about gender violence quickly. Your message to men out there who think it's fine to abuse women, to rape children, to rape toddlers. Your message to perpetrators of gender violence.
You know, we are not a man if you don't protect the women, because our duty as a man is to protect our loved ones, especially the men. The men must protect women. So if you abuse women and children, you are not a man, because we are the men because of we must be able to protect what you have. So the women of South Africa, they are precious ones, they're like flowers to us.
And your message to them, to men who perpetuate these acts?
I got a very simple message to them, is that they need to rot in jail those people. They must stop doing that because they are not acceptable in our society. So they must stop doing that because we are not a man if you abuse women.
And that was Nhlanhla Msimang calling on men of the country to stand up against those who perpetuate acts of gender violence against women and children.
Well, welcome back. We're broadcasting live from our studios in Auckland Park here in Johannesburg, of course, crossing to the Thulamahashe Stadium where my colleagues Gillian Pillay and Spepile Kunene are there. We're waiting for President Jacob Zuma to come and give his address there, as well as an address that we're expecting there from Lulu Xingwana, the Minister for Women, Children and People with Disabilities. But joining me in studio still here, Dr. Malka from the University of Pretoria, as well as Togo Mpumalanga from the Commission for Gender Equality. Ladies, thanks for staying with us once again. When it comes to women in South Africa and what has been achieved so far, you were talking about a ministry that deals with women, children and people with disabilities. You tend to differ slightly that perhaps maybe there needs to be a department that deals specifically with women and their issues. Is that correct?
Well, I think it's when everything needs to be flexible in society, that you formulate associations or legislative bodies when you've got particular issues to tackle. And I think until we're at a 50-50 in society, there's a lot of inequality that still needs to be addressed and implemented from a woman's perspective. And I'm not a political body, but it is just interesting that we have a ministry for women, children and people with disabilities.
A heavy load.
I think possibly for the minister, but she would be the best person to communicate that.
All right, Dr. Malka, we'll come back to you very shortly. Let's go back to the Thulamahashe Stadium now to Gillian Pillay. Gillian?
Yes, Griselda, as you said, we are here at the Thulamahashe Stadium here in Bushbuckridge. Just to give our viewers an update, the program is slightly delayed. We were supposed to start at 10 o'clock and we believe that the program will get underway really soon. We are now joined by the Minister of International Relations, Maite Nkwana Mashabane. Just to talk to us about this day. What does this day mean for you as a woman in such a prominent position within government?
Well, this is a very, very important day for the women of South Africa, the unsung heroines of this country, as we have said earlier on through our ancestors, I'd call them ancestors today, that you strike a woman, you strike the rock. The successes that the women of this country have scored would not have happened if we didn't have women like Charlotte Maxeke and many others who came. They marched in 1913. So today, as we are gathered here, as South Africa is commemorating 100 years of the infamous Land Act, it started with women then who could galvanize themselves and march again past laws, even in 1913. Now, today we are here commemorating the 9th of August, which is like 57 odd years since the famous march of 20,000 women who marched to Stradom at the Union Building. Looking back, where do we come from? What have we achieved? Politically, we think women have made their voices. They're out there. We really would want to reach in the next coming elections the at least 50% representation in all spheres of governance. But so far we've not been doing badly comparing with other countries that have been free before us in the continent and international. I think in the continent we're just competing with Rwanda. Now, but we also want ordinary women, like the ordinary women who marched in 1956. This is the time that ordinary women in Thulamahashe must also be celebrating this freedom. We are saying to the women of Thulamahashe and all rural women across the country, where we were 19 years ago and where we are today is different. But we should continue to work together to fight the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, inequality, joblessness, as we are also impacted upon by the global economic doom and gloom. We need to find ways and means to liberate our women economically. But we must also continue to fight the demon of patriarchy, because it has a way of adopting some women, so that we think the few of us who are there should forget where we come from. We are here as products of the women's struggles of this country. We are here today proudly saying we now have one of us in the AU as we celebrate the 50th anniversary. She was elected by more than 70% of the leadership of the continent. And in that we also find a commitment of the 10 years or a decade of women in the continent. In line with our foreign policy of diplomacy of Ubuntu, I am because you are. There's no way South African women can totally feel free unless we have totally emancipated the women of this continent, that they are free from insecurity, they are free from all the social ills, but they are also respected, that they can be in all spheres of our socialization, be it in the political sector, in the economic sector. Voices of the women must continue to be heard. Malibongwe igama lamakhosikazi.
And that was International Relations Minister Nkwana Mashivani leaving us with a very profound message. I am because you are. Back to the studio.
Thank you very much to my colleague there, Gillian Pillay, who was coming to us from the Thulamahashe Stadium, where the official program is scheduled to get underway any minute now. Let me come back to you, ladies. Let me start with you, Dr. Malka. You were saying it's wonderful to see so many ladies gathered there. There's so much dancing happening. And, you know, really, I think trying to, in many ways, many of the guests that my colleagues have spoken to about the role of women, how far women have come, the greater challenges that still are for women to conquer.
Absolutely, it's a celebration of women, and it's not just a case of reflecting on the past, on where we've gone and where we've got to now and where we're going to in the future. But I think we've seen some really fantastic examples of women who have establish themselves in their careers, be it political, be it in public or private sector, particularly the lady who had her transport company, which I believe is called Buscore, male-dominated environment, and rising to the fore. These are ladies who are breaking through the glass ceiling. They're providing the role models that other women need to see, and to be able to aspire to and achieve on what the possibilities of the future are for them.
Sister?
Yes, we indeed celebrate with women today. It's a day really for celebration and for taking more energy for the future, to say we are here and how far do we go now, or what do we do as we prepare for the coming generations. And I think young women should really not undermine the importance of such days, because it is these days that will give them the energy to break the cycle of patriarchy, and to charter the new areas that they've never gone into, and to see that it is possible to be what you never thought of, because your country has given you the framework to do so. So it is days like this that are important for reflection and celebration.
What should President Jacob Zuma say today, 19 years on? What should he tell women in this country?
Well, I think that's, we'll wait to hear what he's got to say, but I'm sure it'll be an address in terms of looking at where we've come through from the past, the various constitutional rights that we've succeeded in, a reflection on the events that have affected current society, and hopefully looking, what I'd like to see is looking at where we're going to in the future, because I think it's wonderful to reflect on the past, but I think it's more important to look at the future and to look at tangibles and how we can implement things so that we can not just keep saying, well, yes, we're making it a bit, we need to make it in force now.
The 50% that women are looking for in terms of representation across all spheres, when do you think that is achievable? Can we achieve that? When should it be achieved?
I think it should be achieved now.
Yes.
We've got the capability, we've got the capacity, and as the previous person was talking about, that women rose to the fore, they had their political emancipation, and I think back in 1913 and back in 1956, it was a surprise to menfolk that women, well, they can do more than just be in the home. They've got a political mindset. They're capable of organizing themselves and leading a successful, safe, quiet march that achieved. So we're very capable of achieving things, and that's what needs to come out now.
Sister, you're nodding in agreement there.
Yes, I am. And I would like to see the President addressing the issues of financial injection into the budget on women empowerment. I would like to see the President addressing how the Gender-Based Violence Council is going to be funded, because that council is supposed to bring a strategy that is consolidated, that links non-government organization, government, the justice system, even the education sector, together to look at research, to look at strategies, but they don't have money. So I would like to see the President addressing that as well.
All right, speaking of gender-based violence, Sis Togo, let's take a look at this insert that we'll show you now that speaks to corrective rape and gender-based violence. Let's have a look.
Represented by the Stevenson's Gallery in Cape Town, the work of photographer and visual activist Zanele Muhuli transverses the difficult and often shunned spaces of the lesbian, gay and transgendered members of our society. In a world marred by homophobic attacks and corrective rapes, Zanele's work is a seamless but brash juxtaposition of love and violence.
The photographs that you see here are scenes or enacted scenes from the case of Sizakele and Salome, who were found murdered in Johannesburg in 2007. And there was a campaign that was initiated called 777, which meant that on the 7th of July 2007, 2 young women were killed in their own township in Johannesburg, Soweto, Midlands. And their feet were tied with shoelaces, and then the pants were pulled down. And it's believed that they were raped before they were shot.
But what's fueling this culture of violence and intolerance against gays and lesbians in a constitutional democracy? Or are the reports a mere exaggeration of what's really going on?
It's rife. These are ongoing hate crimes that are reported at police stations, that we get to see some of the cases or some of the funerals, you know, on our TVs, you know. There's nothing that people are hiding anymore. It is a problem. It has been a problem. We know when UD was killed in Guatemala, it became a public outcry. The story was in the news, was in the newspapers, was on TV, was on radio, etc. So those, I can't say these are like only 2 or 3 cases or these are recent things. These have been like ongoing for some time now.
Life and death, love and hate are some of the themes that feature quite prominently throughout her work.
These ones also are other crime scenes. I do between crime scenes and portraits and real events, as in the funerals, etc., etc. So this is a crime scene of Judith Milane, who was murdered in 2008 in Johannesburg, in Guatemala.
In August 2009, Minister of Arts and Culture Lulu Cingwane walked out of an exhibition that featured Mohuli's work, calling it immoral, offensive, and going against nation building.
Maybe it's because I don't see nothing shocking about it, because you deal with the body, you deal with the form, and that's where we come. We come from skin, and the very same skin perishes. So it goes beyond just what people see, but then the problem is when people make assumptions and they start degrading and vilifying and undermining and become violent. Here I'm aiming at capturing more than 500 portraits over a period of time. So this is my 6th year. Maybe it will take me another four years to come up to the number, my target number. These are youngsters who currently identify as lesbians. Maybe some of them are bi, and some in the series are trans men from different places. And the project was captured in Zimbabwe. I worked in Uganda. I worked in Botswana, and I work mostly in South Africa.
Some have described her work as abrasive. Perhaps abrasive is the right kind of approach to open up the dialogue on the cruelties of society.
The blank or the open space here represents a person who have lived but no longer there. This space would have been for someone that I would have liked to photograph, but that person passed before time. Judith Milane would have been here. Her portrait would have been here. Sizagele Sigasa's portrait would have been here. That other blank would have been a space for Busi Msibi. That other gap would have been a space for Zuli Swankonyana. These are the young women who have since passed, or who were brutally killed, or who died after they experienced homophobic hate crimes.
Dumiso Mashaba, SABC News, Johannesburg.
Great insert there by Dumiso. President Jacob Zuma, we're still expecting to arrive there at the Thulamahashe Stadium, where the official program is expected to get underway any minute now. But Doctor, maybe let me come to you, Sis Toga, first of all. We've just seen this insert on issues relating to corrective rape, which South Africa is really grappling with at this stage. What are you doing as the Commission to deal with this problem?
I think the first thing we should say on air is that it is illegal, it is a crime, and people should be punished for it. That's simple. There's no other way of talking about education. If you rape a person and you kill a person, you must face the consequences of your choices. It's the choice you have taken to demean a person to that extent. And having said so, we as the Gender Commission work with the LGBTI groups because we believe that we have to work together to, one, ensure that the perpetrators are brought to book and the justice system treats them well, because it has come out that when people go and report these matters in police stations, they are laughed at, they are sent home, they are not treated with dignity. So we've decided that we'll work with them and accompany them in that process. And secondly, on education programs in communities, and focus on those communities where there seems to be a lot of it happening. And so Thokoza is one of those areas, Cape Town is one of those areas, in Kailicha areas, and so on. And we've decided that we'll be guided by them in terms of their own lived experiences on what else to be done. But definitely, perpetrators of corrective rapes are committing a crime, and the law should take its course. And police must not make any moral judgment on the issues. They must treat it in exactly the same manner as they would treat any other crime.
Is it helping though, because this persists, you know, in areas such as Thokoza, and we still hear of these instances, you know, as put out by Zanele Mholi?
It persists because violence persists. I mean, we have just been talking about GBV, and our society is actually quite a violent society. We need to change attitudes of people that if the person is different from you, you don't have to kill them. For goodness, they have a right to be. And our constitution preaches Ubuntu, you know, love, caring, and the rights of others. And that's what is basically missing in some of these things, where we forget that the other person is a human being just as much as I am. I must not violate that person. So it also comes back to the family, comes back to institutions. But I must say that some of the religious beliefs are promoting these negative attitudes, where people are judged religiously simply because they have a different sexual orientation and a biological orientation that is visible. So we ask religious leaders, we are going to work with them, we have said we'll work with them to help them when they preach, to not to make pronouncements that fuel stereotyping of people and labeling of the other in a negative manner in our communities, where people are learning to live with this constitution of ours.
All right, we'll come back to you very shortly. Let's go back now to the Thulamahashe Stadium, where the official program is about to get underway.
That's right, Griselda. The formal program is about to get underway. But in the meantime, I'm joined by the Social Development MEC of the Eastern Cape, Pammy Majordina. MEC, in your province, we've seen escalating incidents of elderly women attacked through gender violence. Any solutions on how you guys are working on sort of a program to curb against this?
Yes, thank you very much. This is just uncalled for, and we are forming family units, strong family units, but we want to denounce gender-based violence in all its forms. We want to welcome the Sexual Offences Court reintroduction, because it's going to help us. We have backlog of gender-based violence cases that are not taken care of. But also want to call on the traditional leaders to be part of us when we fight this war. But also we must strengthen our families, because Ubuntu, which is humanity, is no longer with us, and we want to say no to that. All South Africans must unite. This is a sketch, and it cannot be tolerated any further.
Any idea on you know, where the problem lies? Is it in the home as a result of these perpetuating incidents?
Yes, it starts at home. There is absence of parenting skills. There is a lot of drugs that are sold illegally in our communities. There is substance abuse. All those, they therefore generate to this gender-based violence. Also the issue of beliefs that people are being witchcraft, and that is just a myth, and want to say that must stop now. And we believe that the president is behind us in ensuring that all this must come to an end.
Let's just talk a bit about the traditional leaders. How do you think they can be instrumental in breaking through this war, as you have called it, rightly so?
Traditional leaders are well respected by men, so they must be able to say this is a man's thing. We don't rape ourselves, we get raped by men. So traditional leaders, as the trusted people in the community, they must call on men and say, real men don't abuse, real men don't kill. And I think if they speak with that authority, those men who are still out there to kill us, they will stop it.
Let's just touch on legislation at court level. Do you think there's enough of a deterrent to instill fear in perpetrators not to commit these crimes?
Not at the moment. And I'm still calling for justice system that they must sentence them very tough, because the reality is that you see the perpetrator arrested today, tomorrow he's out there doing the same thing, and unless we arrest that particular thing, we cannot be able to bring back the confidence of the community to the justice system. I want to support them, but they must as well do their job in ensuring that those who rape and kill, they must be removed totally from the community.
That was the MEC of Social Development in the Eastern Cape, calling on traditional leaders to act swiftly in that province where elderly women have been severely targeted in incidents of gender violence.
Sitakuwe mbukeli bukhoma sise stadium sase Thulamahashe lapho sigathe khona ukuthi bafati kumbe ilanga lebafati li celebrate khona. President ubhekeke ukuthi aqale masinyane kungekuzalanga iprogram ukubhekeke ukuthi iqale. La sina sisinomonde lo tasitshela kafisha ngehistory yelanga lebafati. Nomonde kafisha sitshele kabandi ngelanga lebafati ukuthi lisukapi and njengemfati divunjani ithi lamuhla celebrate lelanga.
Lo suku lolu ngilizwa libaluleke kakhulu lapho omama bango-1956 bathatha ichaza abathi sekwanele ngamadompasi balwa bomama bebambene bemunye bane-vision eyodwa. Ngakho le suku lolu ngilijabulela ukuthi alizange lagcina ngalelo langa laqhubeka kuze kube kunamuhla. Ngizizwa ngispecial kakhulu ngenxa yalabo mama bango-1956. Ngingako nginje namuhla ngenxa yabo, ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Njengoba sesengcileke enkingeni yadompasi njengebafati ngitiphi inkinga leti faced bafati kulesikhathi samanje?
Ukuhlukunyezwa komama emakhaya kanye nezingane. Thina abantu besifazane sihlukumezeka kathathu. Siyahlukumezeka emisebenzini, sihlukumezeke emphakathini kanye nasemsebenzini la sisebenza khona.
Manje niva ngazuthi uhulumende noma umthetho uthatha indzawo ngendlela lefanele yini noma niva ngathi nendeleka phansi?
Senzeleka phansi. Uyebo uhulumende uyalenza ushintsho kodwa kusengakabiphi kangako ngoba selokhu saqhubeka ukuhlukunyezwa kwabomama akukagcini.
Ubheke ukuthi ingabe lamuhla president angat-addressa leto tinvo leto noma utanikhulumisa ngetinvo letifana nani njengebafati?
Silindele ukuthi akhulume kakhulu ngazo izinto zokuhlukunyezwa kwabomama. Kungaba yi-rape, i-violence emakhaya nasemisebenzini kanjalo. Singajabula uma singakuzwa lokho emlonyeni kaPresident.
Loyo bekunginomonde lapha eThulamahashe Stadium sitawuhamba siye studio nyalo kuChrisilda.
Thank you very much to Spepele there. All the activity happening, live pictures that you're seeing on your screen from the Thulamahashe Stadium in Bushbuckridge, where we're expecting President Jacob Zuma to arrive any minute now to address this special Women's Day. And there you can see President Jacob Zuma's convoy arriving there. Let's see who's about to get out of the car to address the Women's Day celebration at the Thulamahashe Stadium. Ladies, while we do that here in studio, we'll go back to that very shortly. We'll let you know as soon as President Jacob Zuma arrives at the stadium there. But if we're talking about 50-50 parity and we're looking towards that, from the recent statistics, 80% of top management in the private sector still being occupied by white males, for example. If that's where we are at this stage, could we safely say, yes, great strides have been made, but there are particular sectors that are lagging behind specifically, while significant progress has been made in the public sector. In the private sector, it's a totally different story. Dr. Marco?
Yes, no, that is true, and that's why we were talking about the fact of being able to start introducing quotas, which are quotas exist, but it's about implementing them and having some punitive components to them and driving change. And one of the areas that I was addressing was looking at having a minimum criteria in terms of accelerating women into the workplace.
Well, as you can see on your screen there, President Jacob Zuma just arriving at the stadium there in Bushbuckridge, Thulamahashe Stadium, to some applause there from the women who are gathered at the stadium. President Jacob Zuma greeting there the IFP leader, Mangosuthu Buthelezi, standing in front of the IFP leader there, Lulu Xingwana, the Minister for Women and Children with Disabilities. Also greeting there Angie Muteka as well. President Jacob Zuma, they're arriving. If we can continue with our discussion, ladies. Dr. Malka, you were saying to deal with these particular issues, in government, for example, we're looking at quite a large representation of women within a government, setting an example, basically saying, while we are walking, let's walk the talk, basically, with that. But clearly a lot still needs to be done within the private sector.
Well, it starts with government, because if you think in government, that's where you've got your legislative power in place. You can start changing social structures. You can start implementing the legislation and the rules which go and are taken up by the rest of society. So it starts at that level, which is great, and that's why I think it's fantastic that we've got this 45% representation. But these now need to be rolled out and implemented to the rest of society. And let's look at other avenues. Women don't need to just take up recruitment in the formal sector. It could be from an entrepreneurial point of view. But fundamentally it's about having economic activity within society, irrespective of what avenue they elect to take up.
Mrs. Tonga?
There is a bill that is coming, Women Empowerment and Gender Equality Bill, and that bill will legislate a quota of 50%. And I think the private sector would do well to prepare for that bill when it comes.
Sorry, Sis Togo, we'll come back to you very shortly there with the national anthem. Let's go to the Thulamahashe Stadium.
Thank you very much. Whilst you are still standing, we are not going to do interfaith prayers, but we are going to allow a moment of silence and meditation. Siabo, you may be seated. Thank you very much, President Jacob Zuma, Premier Mabuza, Minister Angie Muteka, Minister Lulu Kingwana, all the leadership here present on the stage, leaders of political parties. I would like to, before we start, indicate that I will be managing the program with MEC Manana, MEC for Arts and Culture in Mpumalanga. My name is Paul Mashatile, Minister of Arts and Culture of the Republic of South Africa. We want to start by apologizing. As you can see, we're starting a bit late. The weather is not very good in Gauteng. It's raining, a lot of storms. It was a bit difficult for the president to take off, so we'd like to apologize. We will try and speed up the program so that we cover time lost. So I'm going to appeal to all the speakers to be conscious of that so that we don't make our speeches too long. At this stage, let me therefore ask my co-program director, MEC Manana to come and take over this part of the program and try and run with it. MEC.
Malibongwe! Malibongwe! Kulesikhathi samanje ngizocela uPremier waseMpumalanga ubaba uDidi Mabuza ukuthi eze ngaphambili azosivulela lo mcimbi ngokomthetho and asamukele la eMpumalanga njengondunankulu. Baba Mabuza.
Program directors, Minister Mashatile and MEC Manana, siyabonga ithuba enisipha lona. Sanibonani. We want to take this opportunity on behalf of the Mpumalanga Provincial Government to welcome the President of South Africa, Mr. Jacob Zuma. President, welcome. We want to also take this opportunity and welcome all our cabinet ministers in our midst, members of parliament, not also forgetting leaders of the different parties that are represented in parliament who have graced this day today. We feel honored and privileged for being chosen as the hosts of this important event, the event where we're celebrating the National Women's Day. Program directors, allow me also to extend our welcome to all our mothers, our daughters, our girl children who have managed to come and grace this occasion today. To the wonderful people of this province, thank you very much for coming out in your numbers. Your presence here in Thulamahashe is a testimony that today we are truly celebrating an important day in our political calendar, the National Women's Day. Once more, Mr. President, and the entire cabinet, members of parliament, you are welcome, Gule province, Mpumalanga. Thank you very much.
Asibonge kakhulu undunankulu waseMpumalanga ngokusamukela eMpumalanga. Uminister uPaul Mashatile ubeshilo ukuthi kukhona ama-political organization akhona ngaphakathi kwethu kukhona ama-political organizations akhona ngaphakathi kwethu. I-ANC ikhona izosipha ama-message of support. Sizocela uPresident we-Women's League obuya ku-ANC sibe ne-APC umama uGodi uzomlandela emva kwakhe, sibe ne-AZAPO umama uNoku no Ruka, sibe no baba uSmart Ngonyama obuya ku-COPE, kukhona uPrince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, uPresident we-IFP uzosipha i-message of support.
sibe neqembu elibuya ku-UCDP from Northwest, umama uTsekofa, uzolandela emva ka-President we-IFP, bese siba nomama uThandi Nondeka obuya ku-UDM. Ngizocela-ke ukuthi balandelane ngalendlela engibabize ngayo ukuthi beze ngaphambili basipha ama-message of support.
Malibongwe. His Excellency President Jacob Zuma, honorable ministers and MPs, premier MECs, MPLs, leaders of the different political parties, comrades and friends, please accept revolutionary greetings from the ANC. This indeed is a special day for us women. We want to take this opportunity to thank the President and the ruling party for prioritizing this historic day. President Zuma always supports programs and campaigns for sustainable women's development and gender equality. The ANC has indeed shown its resolve to work tirelessly to create a better life for all women in our country. We are committed to creating a non-sexist society because it is in building this society that we can dismantle patriarchal structures of our society. And during this Women's Month, we always pay tribute to gallant women. We review progress towards women's emancipation for gender equality. And this year, President, 2013 Women's Day is special. It's in the year where we celebrate a centenary of women's struggles for liberation and remember the heroines of 1913 who marched against past laws and the Land Act and a host of unjust laws. These heroic women who stormed the Union building on the 9th of August in 1956, we should mobilize the nation to confront burning issues that disempower women, like gender-based violence, sexual harassment, and the marginalization. But in spite of all these challenges, we want to acknowledge, as women of this country, that a lot has indeed changed since 1994. Our triumphs, President Zuma, I guess, will articulate. But as women of this country will always defend the rights of women to equality and justice, we'll continue working with women and patriotic men to advance the gender agenda and to defend the rights of women. We believe that working together as a nation, we can defeat gender violence. We all have a role in the socialization, particularly in the teaching of our children. We welcome work of individuals and non-profit organizations that have made it their civic duty to confront gender violence and join forces with us as women to work for women equality. We wish every South African the most fulfilling Women's Day and a new resolution and commitment towards women empowerment and women emancipation. Malibongwe!
Malibongwe! Thank you, program directors. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Department of Sports, Art and Culture for... I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Department of Sports, Art and Culture for hosting this historic event here in Thulamahashe. As the African People's Convention, we hereby say that we are celebrating this day with you, unlike in the olden days, whereby the space of women was in the kitchen. Now that the women of the 1956 stood up to fight for the rights of women, we are today celebrating and we are also reaping the fruits. We can see that by looking at the council chambers in our local municipalities, where women are there in the forefront, and we also look at our legislatures and also our national departments, not forgetting that there are some private sectors whereby if we look around, we are able to see the mixture of men and women. As we talk about empowering the women, the position of the APC is that as women we should become lifelong learners, because we have observed that there are still those women who could not write and read. Therefore, the ABET is there to go and help them. As the APC, our position is that as we're talking about the empowerment of women, we are also calling upon the PWMSA to join hands at all time, not to secure or empower the women who are educated or those who are in urban areas, but also to look down upon those women who are in the rural areas. We also hope that the men and women that we see that are climbing the ladder, we condone as the APC that pull head down syndrome. With those few words, I would like to say we support the 1956 as well as today's program. I thank you all.
Thank you, Malibongwe. His Excellency the President of South Africa, Jacob Zuma, the Minister of Arts and Culture, Mr. Mashatile, the Premier of Mpumalanga, Mr. Mabuza, MEC Manana, I greet you, Nabahlali Balapa Mpumalanga and nationwide. I greet you all in the name of Black consciousness as an ideology and movement that teaches about pride and self-reliance and complete emancipation. It is more than a centenary that the women of this country stood and fought side by side with men when we were fighting against apartheid. We not only stood and fought against apartheid, but we fought even before the apartheid during the time when the settlers came and took ground on our shores. With the dawn of 1994 political dispensation, we find ourselves still in a struggle as a country to find food in our own country. The women of this country have proven their worth politically and as well as in business. But the success of these women does not only, the sad part is that it does not reflect on the demographics of this country. Majority of these women do not find pleasure in celebrating these days because they have not received anything and they have not benefited anything. Well, whilst our women, majority of our women do not have water and basic sanitation, we say freedom has not come to those women. Our society do not value the contribution of women in our country as well as in our homes. Hence the gender-based violence. We cannot focus on women that have influence in our country but forget about the ordinary women who are voiceless currently. Incidentally, in governance, we're still failing our women. Women that marched in 1956 did not only fight against past laws, but the restoration of the dignity of the black women. In a country which we call our own, we still do not have land, hence we don't have access to basic services. The beggar mentality that has been created in our country does nothing for the improvement and the creation of a strong economy. The 28% of women who are decision makers coupled with the 40% means that 60% of women that are unemployed in this country, which we know majority of them are black women. Azapo Women is encouraging our women to teach our children properly, empower the boy child together with a girl child so that we do not breed a society of monsters through our boy children. Unless we empower our women and get rid of all these social ills, there is nothing to celebrate on Women's Day, as majority of our women are still oppressed in their own country. To our fathers, brothers, uncles, lovers, please do not hate us, just love us. Malibongwe!
Forward with the women, mighty women of South Africa, forward. Forward. Mr. President of the Republic of South Africa, program directors, ministers, leaders of different political parties, the Premier of the province, and all South Africans in this stadium and elsewhere. We say we salute you on this special day as we celebrate by gathering here to commemorate women's struggles against patriarchy, against oppression and against exploitation. We are here to remind all of us, especially men of our country, that we defeated apartheid because of various struggles waged by women. And those women of South Africa were in the forefront and in the trenches of our struggle. We remember in this regard the late Comrade Maxeke, Comrade Sisulu, the late Comrade Ruth First. As we remember these, we must also remember that after 1994, women of South Africa continue and still are subjugated. As they suffer from exploitation at the economic level, stats show that the unemployment, poverty, and the poor working conditions are more prevalent amongst women. Every day, every hour, and every minute, our women, our mothers, our sisters are being raped and killed. Mr. President, comrades and friends, this situation indeed has reached a crisis point, and therefore an extraordinary steps needs to be taken. This is also due to stereotypes of how we raise our children, especially the boy child. He is raised to be violent, is raised to be hard, even by the toys that are forwarded or are provided to him. He is given guns and implicitly becomes violent. The girl child is raised to become a victim, subservient, and to become a server. In our homes, schools, and in all walks of life, let us find a formula to stop this. Equality must be real from the early stages of human life. Our children must be raised to respect one another. Equality must become a reality. At the same time, South Africa has been celebrated because it set a good example with regard to reconciliation and nation building. However, we must know that we are still in bondage as long as women of our country are still oppressed, exploited, and abused. O.R. Tambo left us with that as a reminder. We salute all women of our country in their daily struggles, and especially those that have made a breakthrough. Comrade Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, who represent us at the AU level, Phumzile Mlambo Ngcuka, who represent us at the UN level, and Geraldine Fraser-Moleketi at the ADB level. Mr. President, would like to say, as the Congress of the People, all of us must be united and count on us in this particular struggle of abuse against women. I thank you all. Amandla.
Your Excellency, our President of the Republic, MEC Manana, Honorable MEC, Honorable Minister Mashatile, Minister of Arts and Culture, and MEC, and leader, and also Director of Programs, the Honorable Premier of the Province of Mpumalanga, Honorable Minister Lingwana, Honorable Minister Micheha, Honorable Ministers present, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, of Legislatures, Khosi, the Khosi, present, mayors, and all of protocols observed. Fellow South Africans, on this day we remember the 20,000 South African women who marched to the Union buildings in 1956, taking with them 100,000 petitions against the injustice of Dompa's laws, in defiance of a government that dictated where a black person could be, when they could be there, and how long they could stay. These courageous women marched to the office of the then Prime Minister, Mr. J.G. Strido. The Dompas was not like the NID book. It was issued only to black South Africans and contained the name and address of the employer, who could only be a white person. It contained documented permission to be in a specific area at a specific time, permission that any official could cancel at whim, leading to arrest and possible imprisonment. The Dompas was the symbol of our oppression. Thus, on National Women's Day, we remember the stand taken by South African women against oppression, and we honor the legacy they've given to us, reminding us to fight for freedom always. This year we look beyond 1956 to a centenary of working together towards sustainable women empowerment and gender equality. I am privileged to have witnessed 8 decades of change in our country, from the subjugation of women towards the imperative of women taking their rightful place as equal citizens with equal dignity. But I have not witnessed these changes, just witnessed them. I've been part of making them happen, and that has been the real privilege, Your Excellency and colleagues, and so well articulated in the latest autobiography of one of our greatest freedom fighters, Mrs. Winnie Nomzamo Mandela, in her latest book, 491 Days, Nobandla. Long before gender activism was born in South Africa, I recognized that women had a vital role in society that cannot be limited to the home and the family. Women were the backbone of our liberation struggle. They are the backbone of political mobilization and must become the backbone of moral regeneration in our country. Women have an invaluable contribution to make to science, to the economy, business, politics, medicine, the arts, industry, and every sphere of life. I have always acted on these convictions. During the apartheid era, as soon as we had limited legislative powers in KwaZulu, I tackled what was called the Code of Zulu Law, and I removed provisions that discriminated against women and considered them to be minors. Thus, for the first time, black women were granted property rights. I also expunged the barbaric provision that gave a husband the right to administer corporal punishment to his wife. Abuse of women is not a cultural thing, it is pure evil. Through Inkatha, long before liberation, we empowered women with skills, training, and financial assistance. From the beginning, Inkatha placed women in leadership positions so that when we came to Kempton Park for negotiations, the IFE delegation had more women than any other delegation. These were expressions of our commitment to gender equality and women empowerment. Today, although we're a multi-party democracy representing a multitude of voices, when it comes to the gender issue, we must all sing from the same hymn sheet. And that is why it is such a privilege, Your Excellency, to be here with you as our head of state and with ministers and other leaders to sing from the same hymn sheet. Because of my long struggle to empower women, it was a particular privilege in 1994 to have had the ministerial responsibility as Mr. Mandela's Minister of Home Affairs to declare the 9th of August, the National Women's Day. On this day, we look to the legacy of our past to give us inspiration. It saddens me to hear women say, we know where we come from, but we don't know where we're going. Issues like rape, abuse, poverty, and violence are clouding the road ahead. And unless we get rid of all these, we can never say we're truly free. As South African women take a stand against injustice, as they did in 1956, let us all rise and stand united. This is the hope of our future. And to all women present, not only in the podium, but all of them present here today, and to women at our homes, I say, no, 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 no.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Program Director, His Excellency President Jacob Zuma, honorable ministers and deputy ministers present today, honorable members of Parliament, all protocol observed. Allow me to congratulate the women of South Africa for coming out of their secluded corner and open up to the whole world to show their God-given talents. Coming from the Northwest Province, I shall be remiss if I cannot cite the resistance sustained by the women in the Zeerust area when they protested against the past laws, where the then white regime unleashed their strongest forces to deal with them. It is in that spirit that we make a point that women contributed in a large measure to the betterment of the lives of fellow South Africans. In South Africa, we have proved that women can break the proverbial glass ceiling, as shown by women like the late Mrs. Mavis Matladi, may her soul rest in peace, who was the leader of the United Christian Democratic Party. Dr. Mampili Rampili, who was a director at the World Bank, Honorable Mlambo Nduka, who is heading the Women's Affairs at the United Nations, and Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, who is heading the African Union, to name but a few. Women are conscious, committed, dedicated, hardworking, have patience to do things even in difficult times. They have perseverance, and ultimately they achieve whatever they set out to do. Let us support each other in everything we do and learn from one another. Bomma, let us join hands, work together, and make South Africa a better place. We have instances where projects and schools have been started by women because women wanted schools for their children. There is a school named Basadi in honor of their initiative and efforts. Everything starts with you. Be an anchor of your family. A well-rounded family with values can weather off the storms in life. We must discipline in everything we do. Currently, as women, we are faced with challenges of poverty, broken families, substance abuse, which distract our focus from building our capacity. We are very much worried about the increase in drug-related incidents in our country. Innocent lives are destroyed, and week after week, parents bury their children, often related to this scourge. We asked to tighter security at our schools and regular police patrols to guard our children from these drug lords that are making a living from destroying our children's lives. The increases in rape of our children is a sickening factor, and hope to see the perpetrators of these heinous crimes brought to book and receive the harshest sentences. As women, let us join hands and fight against all this. Our children should be able to see how we do things, so as to follow in our footsteps and be disciplined citizens of our country. They are the future leaders of South Africa. Let us respect one another, the way we talk, the way we do things. All this speaks a lot and reveals our characters. We should be cautious at all times and have one voice in all we do. Let us pray for our country, even if we have different political parties. Let us uphold the ideal of working together towards sustainable women empowerment and gender equality. Let us strive to make South Africa a better country. On behalf of the United Christian Democratic Party, I wish you a happy Women's Day. Thank you.
Program Directors, the Honorable President of the Republic, Ministers and senior government officials and national province level, honorable guests, fellow South Africans, fellow leaders of other political parties, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of United Democratic Movement Women's Organization, I acknowledge the fact that since we attained our political freedom in 1994, great advances have been made in South Africa regarding gender equality. We are amazed to this day by what the brave women leaders of 1956 did. 20,000 women under the inspired leadership of people such as Helen Joseph, Ellen Kuzwayo, Lillian Boyi, Albertina Sisulu, and Ruth First did the unthinkable at a point in time when people went to jail for less. They stood up against a government that deemed them even worse than second-class citizens. We must learn from this extraordinary display of political strength, female solidarity, and inner fortitude. As women leaders, we must take responsibility for this legacy and blaze the trail for those who come after us. In fact, we are very proud of the women who occupy leadership positions in many sectors of our civil society and business. Dr. Nkosazana Zuma and Ms. Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka are excellent examples of South African women who have been internationally recognized as leaders. Congratulations and good luck, sisters. As we hail our achievements, we must, however, admit that we have not completed our mission and we still have a long way to go. Gender bias and discrimination remains an unfortunate factor in our country. In various sectors of our society, large gender disparities exist between men and women. In fact, our mothers and young women, particularly in rural areas, remain at the margins of economic activities. Another issue close to UDEMO's heart is the abuse of women and children. We welcome the sentencing of Mudimule Monster because it sent a clear, unmistakable message to those criminals who abuse their positions of trust, have no respect for women, and do not see anything wrong with verbally abusing, beating, and murdering a woman or a child. Mr. President, since the Ministry of Women, Children, and People with a Disability is your brainchild, please crack the whip and have the ministry and the department properly fulfill its mandates. In addition, the budget allocation to this department is not adequate. We are concerned that other departments have a much bigger slice of the cake. For instance, the sports and recreation budget is much larger than that of women, children, and people with disability. Does this mean that we do not take the work of this department seriously? As UDEMO, we are also concerned about the level of skills and capacity of those deployed and employed in this department. Aside from its primary mandate, Mr. President, the department might do a better job of communicating if they had a functional website. Neither of their two websites is working. As we reflect on this year's theme, we salute South African women who continue to contribute to our children, our societies, and South Africa's future in creative and sustainable ways. But we must not think that the successes of the past guarantee a worthwhile future for South African women. We must be vigilant and not rest on our laurels. We cannot disappoint the women who pass the baton to us, and we cannot fail our girls and their daughters. As women leaders, both in the UDM and UDEMO, we commit ourselves to a centenary of working together towards sustainable women empowerment and gender equality. Wathinta abafazi, wathinta imbokodo. Ngiyathokoza.
Thank you very much from the political leaders from different political parties for their messages of support. We are moving on with our program. The next item that is going to follow now, I would like to call upon our Minister of Women, Children, and People with Disability to say hi to us as our minister. Amanda.
Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Program directors, Honorable Minister Mashatile, Honorable MEC Manana, His Excellency President Jacob Zuma, the Premier of Mpumalanga Province, Honorable Didi Mabuza, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, the Honorable Mayor of Ehlanzeni District and of Bushbuckridge Local Municipality, MPs, leaders of political parties, councillors, amakhosi aphakathi kwethu, igama lamakhosikazi. We are meeting here today to celebrate and pay tribute to the stalwarts of 1913 led by Charlotte Maxeke and the 1956 heroines led by Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, Sophie de Bruyn, and Rahima Musi. We are here to honor the giants who challenged the might of an oppressive and brutal regime, unarmed, defenseless. Their only weapon was their vision to see a truly non-racial, non-sexist, equal, and democratic South Africa. Our democratic, non-racial, non-sexist government has adopted progressive laws and policies towards women empowerment since we came to power in 1994 under the leadership of President Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. We have a constitution that has been affirmed by the whole world as one of the most progressive, in particular when it comes to affirming the rights of women, children, and people with disabilities. Our Constitution is the foundation upon which our policies and laws are based. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa defines in detail our vision of a society that strives towards a united, non-racial, non-sexist, prosperous South Africa. The centenary also coincides with the centenary of the Native Land Act of 1913, where women in particular were deprived of access to land. We are, however, very happy to note that the ANC government has prioritized ensuring women will have access to land. As a department, we're working very closely with the Department of Rural Development to ensure support and access to land by rural women in particular. We're also in partnership with the Department of Trade and Industry, Economic Development, Social Development, and many other departments to ensure that women have access to resources to enable them to produce on their land. Siyazi ke thina ukuthi njengasisebenza namakhosikazi asekhona amakhosikazi anamaplazi amnikwa nguye lo hulumeni. Siyazi ukuthi aseqalile ukuzikhiqizela alima umbona wawo, amazambane, awoklabishi babo, kanti banazo nengulube, nenkomo, nenkukhu abazifuyile. Abanye ke omama nabo bexhaswa uhulumeni bayenza umsebenzi wezandla beziphilisa. Njenganisibona nje sigqokile sibahle, amablouse wethu athungwe omama lapha, nalamaroko wethu amahle athungwe omama laphayana bezenzela. Sithi ke asisukume singamakhosikazi sakhe ama-cooperatives, sakhe amabhizinisi ethu amancane ukuze uhulumeni azokwazi ukusthelela. Siyazi ukuthi iminyango ngeminyango o-agriculture, o-trade and industry babambisene nomama ukuthi baqale imisebenzi. Sithi ke wena ohlele khoneni uzothola kanjani? Asisukumeni ke sizenzele. Sikhathazeke kakhulu ke by the scourge of violence and abuse against women and children in South Africa. We then launched the National Council Against Gender-Based Violence, which has started with its program. Kule nyanga yamakhosikazi sizobe silontsha uvikela campaign ngayo i-National Council ukulwa nalezi gebengu. Sililizela kakhulu masibona ojaji bethu bebopha ama-rapist, izidlwengu nezigebengu ezifana nomudimule monster, 2 life sentences. Sithi siyabonga kuJudge Bam, 1 life sentence for rape and 1 life sentence for murder. Sibonga no Minister of Justice kakhulu ovuselele lama-sexual offences courts esazi ukuthi azogijimisa kakhulu lama-cases abhekene nokudlwengulwa nokubulawa komama nabantwana. Sihlanganisa futhi with the lesbian women who have been raped and abused in our country. Mangizohlala phansi ngifuna ukuvumelana nobaba nodadewethu nathi sithi li ku Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, the first woman chair of the AU Commission. Sithi li ku Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka, who was appointed Executive Director of UN Women kanye no Geraldine Fraser-Mleketi, the Special Envoy of the African Development Bank. Thina ke singamakhosikazi eMbokodo sijabula kabi ngoba siyazi ukuthi baphuma la kulombutho wesizwe baphekwe la kulohulumeni wabantu. Ngalawo mazwi ke sithi Happy Women's Day. Siyabonga. Malibonga.
Siyabonga Minister Lulu Cingwane. Malibongwe. Malibongwe. Wathinta abafazi. Happy Women's Day to our mothers, to our daughters. Comrade President, before I invite you to come to the stage, there are sisters here who want to show that they too can do it with their bikes. So, but before Kuluma, bafuna ukudlula la babulisi. So banikeza ke 2 minutes because I want to make sure that we cover some time. Our sisters on the bikes, it's your time to come and greet quickly. And then the theater lions, I'm going to bring you after the president. So don't worry. So you're going to come after the president. Then I'm going to have, just before the president, I'll have Imbongi, Sis Patience Ndlovu, Asondelela next to me. The bikers, our sisters, just show us ukuthi lento ase amadoda kuphela. We are succeeding with gender equality and empowerment. Sibongwe. Phambili ngama-bikers phambili. Siyawathanda ama-bikers, siyawathanda. Phambili ngama-bikers phambili. Sis Patience ukuphi? Okay, we are now going to allow our sister Patience Lofu to welcome the President of the Republic of South Africa to the podium to address the nation. Patience.
Yitlangela bamanana ba Afrika Dzonga. Bamanana etingwazi ta Afrika Dzonga leti tinga yima tikhomelela tiyimela Afrika Dzonga tiyelwela erishaka ra vantima hiri khani mambo eka bamanana khani mambo eka tingwazi ta bamanana ba Afrika Dzonga. Ngomalala msholozi ngivumele ngikhulume ngivumele ngihube ngivumele ngihlabelele ngivumele ngihalalise ngisho izibongo zakwaZuma ungitsongondongondo nesimilo uyingonyama 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 oyirisile yibutlhari bya wena oyiendle vanhu hi vutlhari bya wena oyiendle vanhu hi vutlhari bya wena. Ngamalala wabambelela wakhijima ngamandla emzabalazweni usekele makhosikazi ukuzizwi lawa lizwakale. Ngamalala oyirisile burangeli bya wena awupfumelanga ekutsekatsekisiwa hi mfumo wa xihlawuhlawu uyimile u tiya u ya ngwazi loko van'wana va tsandzeka uyimile u ri nena ya tinena uyimile u ri nena exikarhi ka madzolonga eka tinyimpi hinkwato ta Afrika-Dzonga uyimile u ri nena uyimile u hlurile madzolonga u hlurile xihuri xa vutomi uyimile uyimile u humelela eka xihuri hinkwaswo uyima u tiya nghozi ya Afrika-Dzonga. Msholozi exigigi xa vurhangeli bya wena bya twala eka timbilu ta Afrika-Dzonga bya twala emananga bya tala evugigi bya vurhangeli bya wena byi twarile eka timbilu ta Afrika-Dzonga hi ku unena Msholozi unena ya tinena uyingisile rito ra vamanana u xiximile mintirho ya vamanana u yi vekile mahlweni eka vurhangeli bya wena unena ya tinena Msholozi evito ra wena ri ta tsundzukiwa eka ANC National Executive Committee exigigi xa wena xi ta twala eka tinxaka hinkwato. Msholozi ngamalala Msholozi nena ya tinena nena ya Afrika-Dzonga nena ya tinena nena ya tinena uyimile loko van'wana va tlhelela ndzhaku. Ngamalala Msholozi maphuma phethe zandla zombili nina abakomantomela kamnaba okuthi uma bafokazana befinyele nina nibe nimile nithethezekile. Ngamala Msholozi sengishonile abakaqhongoqhi kajiyajiya ngamalala wena wasemkhosini lena yathi lena Tsimbi kayigojwa msholozi bulabula nena yathi lena bonga ekabantu bawena msholozi mashiya mahle
Bitana President Jacob Zuma Swiss. It's my honor to invite President of the Republic of South Africa, President Jacob Zuma, to come and address the nation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Hey. Kanimambo. Hey, siyabonga. Thank you very much. Directors of the program, Minister Mashatile and MEC Manana, ministers who are present here today, Premier of the province and other premiers who are present here today, deputy ministers who are present here, MECs who are present here, mayors who are present here, leaders of all the political parties present here. I always feel on days like this, if we are all here as political parties, that indeed we have one objective, to see our country moving forward, to put our country first. Thank you very much for your messages, very constructive. This is what we would want to see continuing in our country. Religious leaders present here and traditional leaders, members of National Parliament of both houses, National Assembly and the NCOP, members of the legislatures of all provinces, veterans of the liberation struggle, leadership of the women's organizations present here, women in all leadership positions in government structures and the private sector, those who are giving leadership in those areas. Fellow South Africans, compatriots, Sanbonani, Dumelang, Abshein. We gather on this day every year to celebrate the heroism of women who marched to the Union buildings on the 9th August, 1956. The year 2013 is special, as we are marking 100 years of women's struggles for liberation from all forms of oppression in this country under the theme, and I quote, a centenary of working together towards sustainable women empowerment and gender equality, unquote. Today, we recall the struggles of generations of women towards the achievement of a free, democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous South Africa. Women had begun protesting against beer halls around 1908, but the first major milestone took place on the 23rd September 1913. The extraordinary Charlotte Maxeke led about 700 women on a march against past laws to the mayor's office in Bloemfontein. Founding ANC Secretary Sol Plaatje visited those arrested in Kroonstad prison. He wrote in the Tshala Eabatu publication after visiting these women. He said, and I quote, "They do not care even if they die in jail. They swear they will cure that madness. They will stop their protest only when the law prevents policemen from stopping and demanding passes from other men's wives," unquote. These were women who were determined, who knew what they were doing, who were ready to go as far as they could to ensure that the oppressors stopped what they were doing. In 1914, the government relaxed the women's pass laws and the resistance ended in 1914. In other words, as they had told Solplaatje, indeed, they protested until the regime relaxed their actions. In 1918, the government threatened to reintroduce pass laws for women, and the protests continued. That same year, Charlotte Maxeke started the first formal women's organization, the Bantu Women's League, which later became the ANC Women's League. It is very important to note that women who were party to that action, having protested, having taken actions, having been arrested, they felt it was important to form an organization so that they can form a unity in action under an umbrella of an organization. An able leader, Charlotte Maxeke, initiated the first organized formation of women. That's why we can stand here today and celebrate the role played by women in our struggle. It's not a small one. In October 1913, just a month after the Charlotte Maxeke March, a group of Indian women, passive resistors, led by 16-year-old Valiama Modlia, began defiance activities by hawking without licenses in Vereeniging. They crossed the Natal border and encouraged the Indian and black coal mine workers in Newcastle to strike. Valiama was later arrested, found guilty, and sentenced to 3 months in prison with hard labor on the 22nd December 1913. She had taken ill in prison and died on the 22nd February 1914 after her release. Life in prison had been too harsh for a 16-year-old girl. Announcing her death, Mahatma Gandhi said, and I quote, "So great was her enthusiasm for her people that she gave her life for them," unquote. It is absolutely important that on this day we remember all these heroines. Women's struggles continued, and amongst the key activities were the following, waged by women. A march in 1930 in Potchefstroom against lodgers' permits. A march in February 1954 by about 700 women to the administration building in New Brighton Township, Port Elizabeth, against residence permits. A protest by 1,000 women in October 1955 in front of the Native Administration Building in Durban, and around the same time, hundreds of women marched through the streets of Cape Town against permit regulations. We also recall the 1957 anti-pass revolt by women in Zerast and the struggles by women against beer halls in areas such as Ketomeno in Durban in 1959. The 9th August 1956 march by 20,000 women to the Union buildings, organized by the Federation of South African Women, was the biggest. Last month, we launched at the government printing works in Pretoria 4 smart identity card printing machines, which are named after the 4 remarkable leaders of the march: Sophie Dubrain, Rahima Musa, Lillian Ngoyi, and Helen Joseph. In this way, the contribution of women to the struggle for equal citizenship and to freedom of movement and association in this country was further enshrined. We celebrated that special moment with Ms. Sophie Dubrain, the only surviving member of the leadership corps of the 1956 historic march. Women continued to play a key role in the struggle after 1956 and suffered immensely over many decades. Women in the 1960s and 70s and 80s faced even more severe police brutality. Many were jailed and persecuted, and many became the face of the resistance against the vicious apartheid regime. Women such as Winnie Mandela, Albertina Sisulu, Sister Bernard Nube, Fatima Meer, and a host of others. Some women joined Umkhonto weSizwe and took up arms to free their country, and many served prison terms, such as Thandi Modise, Marion Spack, Barbara Hogan, and others. This indicates that in every generation and phase of our struggle, the women were there. Indeed, women were not bystanders in the struggle to free this country. They were active participants throughout the years. Thanks to the struggles of women, our country's constitution recognizes women as equal citizens with equal rights and responsibilities. The democratic dispensation also continues to be driven by this sensitively by this sensitivity to the rights of women, recognizing women's rights as human rights. We acknowledge that we still have a lot of work to do to achieve full equality and also to improve the living conditions of women and the status of women in public and private sectors. But a firm foundation has been laid. Our country has specific objectives for women's empowerment. Women must participate actively in the economy as entrepreneurs and also as workers, depending on their choice and circumstances. Violence and the abuse of women and girls must come to an end. More girls must take up science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and more education opportunities must be made available to women and girls. We want to promote access to land ownership by women in order to promote food security for many households in distress. We want young women to develop their self-confidence and to seize leadership opportunities. Women should play a role in the ongoing pursuit of all these goals and should not just be beneficiaries. I would like to report briefly on some of the progress made and also work that is still being done to achieve these goals. With regards to women's access to decision-making positions, the South African Parliament, which had a mere 2.7% representation of women before 1994, now has 42% since the 2009 democratic elections, following consistent improvement after each election. This puts our country in the 4th position worldwide with regards to women's representation. According to the World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Report of 2012. We have 13 women cabinet ministers and 16 women deputy ministers. Out of 9 premiers, 5 are women, which means the majority of provinces are governed by women in our country. We have not reached the 50-50 parity goal, but progress is being made towards that destination. More must still be done to promote equality in the public sector, but even more work in the private sector, which continues to lag behind. The Commission for Empowerment Equity Annual Report 2013 indicated that white males occupy 80% of top management positions in the private sector. At senior management levels, white males account for 69% of all positions. Thus, the achievement of equality at both race and gender levels remains stagnant in the private sector. Government is finalizing work on the Women Empowerment and Gender Equity Bill, which will enforce gender equity compliance with both government and the private sector. Compatriots, besides leadership at decision-making level, we judge our success in terms of access to basic services such as quality health care, education, safety and security, water, sanitation, electricity, roads and housing, which reach the majority of South African women. Census 2011 indicated that access to basic services such as piped water, electricity and refuse removal have more than doubled over the period 1996 to 2011. But there are still gaps that need to be addressed. The usage of electricity as the main source for cooking has increased from 45% to 73% between 1996 and 2011. The profile of households that occupy formal dwelling structures generally depicts an upward trend for all provinces. A foundation has been laid, but more work must be done. The National Infrastructure Program has prioritized the provision of basic services in the 23 poorest districts in the country and other areas where there are still people who do not have easy access to water or electricity. With regards to healthcare, our country continues to be shining example in the fight against HIV and AIDS, with an increased life expectancy. One of our greatest success stories is the remarkable 60% reduction in mother-to-child transmission of HIV from about 8% in 2008 to 2.7% by last year. We also praise women for making up 65% of the more than 20 million people who have to date been tested for HIV and AIDS since 2010. With regards to education, South Africa has achieved the Millennium Development Goal of universal primary education before the 2015 deadline. And our education system can now be recognized as having attained near universal access. We have also achieved gender parity in terms of access to primary, secondary, and high education enrollment. We have also witnessed a steady increase in female enrollment and graduation in higher education, especially in the field of science, engineering, and technology. The percentage of female students in these fields grew from 43% in 2000 to 50% in 2009 and continues to grow. Compatriots and friends, while we are making progress, we acknowledge that hunger and food security are still a reality for many households. Inequality in terms of race remains massive, as indicated by the last census, which reported that the income of the average white household remains 6 times that of the average African household. Women bear the brunt of inequality, poverty, and unemployment more. We are making some inroads in reducing the proportion of people experiencing absolute poverty. This we have achieved through, amongst others, social grants, which are the most effective poverty alleviation mechanism of government, benefiting more than 16 million people, especially vulnerable children. Access to free health care in clinics, subsidized housing and municipal services, no-fee schools and school feeding schemes are some of the interventions aimed at alleviating poverty, which benefit women primarily. To attack hunger directly, last year, government launched the Integrated Food Security Production Intervention Program to assist smallholder farmers, communities, and households to produce basic food. The Department of Agriculture, Forestry, and Fisheries, as well as the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform, have made available 390 million rand for the food security program. The program will be run over a period of 10 years until 2022. Intensive plowing took place in 7 provinces last year, namely Eastern Cape, Free State, KwaZulu-Natal, Northern Cape, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, and Northwest. And the harvesting of maize and beans is taking place currently. The program has encouraged people to go back to the land and is running concurrently with the land reform program aimed at reversing the impact of the Land Act of 1913, which rendered scores of black households without decent land for food production and residential use. Compatriots, beyond promoting food security, we want to see women participating actively in the economy. Government has programs in place to support women entrepreneurs, such as Isivande Women's Fund, Bavumile Program, and Technology for Women in Business. Despite this support, women enterprises are still battling and remain trapped in the informal economy. Our research indicates that the slow progress by women owned and run enterprises is as a result of fragmented support mechanisms. Government is exploring the establishment of a one-stop shop for women entrepreneurs that would provide services such as access to finance, markets, information, technology, and infrastructure. Compatriots, improving access to justice for women remains critically important. Over the next 3 years, government will spend 3.1 billion rand on the construction of courts and other infrastructure projects. A further 96 million rand will be spent on day-to-day maintenance and 291 million rand on the rehabilitation of court facilities. To further improve access to justice, this year's legal aid budget stands at 1 billion rand. Government has also increased the value of money that can be claimed in small claims courts from 7,000 to 12,000 rand in order to assist those owed money. Our aim is to have a small claims court in all the 387 magisterial districts. To further improve child maintenance payments, we have introduced the electronic funds transfer system. This year, we have also increased the centers of the payment of guardian fund benefits from 10 centers last year to 29 to date. The value of the fund is currently 9 billion rand, and it contributes to the improvement of the quality of life of thousands of orphaned children. Compatriots, the fight against women and child abuse continues to rank high in our priorities. We announced earlier this week the reopening of sexual offences courts so that we can deal decisively with those who commit crimes against women and children. The courts will complement the work of the police, family violence, child protection and sexual offences units. The conviction rates continue to improve in crimes committed against women and children. A total of 1,194 life sentences were handed out by the courts to offenders between 2010 and 2013. For crimes against children below 18 years, the conviction rate was 75% during the last financial year, and for crimes against women 18 years and above, the conviction rate was 83%. We congratulate the criminal justice system personnel for hard work and the women and children for cooperating with the police under very difficult circumstances. A week ago, I signed the Combating of Trafficking in Persons Bill into law. South Africa will not tolerate such crimes and horrendous criminal activities against humanity. Compatriots, work must continue as well to promote the rights of women with disabilities by ensuring their access on an equal basis to productive employment and decent work, economic and financial resources. Fellow South Africans, on this special occasion of celebrating women's achievements, allow me to acknowledge South African women who are the face of the country in the global arena in various fields. This has been done by the speakers before me, but it is equally important to do it because we are celebrating our successes. In the African continent, we have Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma serving as the chairperson of the African Union Commission. Former Deputy President Baleka Mbete serves as a member of the African Union's African Peer Review Mechanism panel. We also have former Public Service and Administration Minister, Ms. Geraldine Fraser-Moleketi, serving as the Special Envoy on Gender for the African Development Bank. We are proud of the contribution to the world of our Dr. Navi Pillay, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, and Ms. Rashida Manjoo, the UN Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women, its causes and consequences. The UN Secretary General recently announced the appointment of former Deputy President Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka as the UN Under-Secretary of Women. Ms. Sheila Sisulu continues to make her mark at the United Nations World Food Programme. We are also proud of our Oscar-winning Hollywood actress, Ms. Charlize Theron, who is also the UN Messenger for Peace. Ms. Theron has made herself available to her country to promote the fight against HIV and AIDS, especially amongst the youth and young women. We also acknowledge the hard-working and respected musician, Ms. Yvonne Chaka Chaka, who is the United Nations Children's Fund Goodwill Ambassador. for malaria in Africa, and also the UN Millennium Development Goals Special Envoy for Africa. Both Ms. Theron and Ms. Chaka are recipients of the World Economic Forum Crystal Award for their humanitarian work. Fellow South Africans, we are proud to be able to celebrate 100 years of women's achievements in building this country. Women from all walks of life and in every corner of the country continue to contribute to the national goal of building a truly united, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous South Africa. Let us work harder together to make South Africa a better place for all. Malibongwe igama lamakhosikazi. Happy Women's Day. Thank you very much indeed. Siyabonga. Kane mambo. Thank you.
Lohanjelwe nguwo onke amakhosikati lavela la eMpumalanga. Bekakhala ikakhulukati ngekweswelakala kwemsebenzi. Bengcekoselakaleni kwemsebenzi bakhale ngem-crimes noma kuganga lokwenteka kibo njengebantfu besifazane. Bende libito lolukhulu ku-president ukuthi a-addresse tintfo letifana naleto.
Take this opportunity to bring the formal proceeding to a close.
President Jacob Zuma there setting the tone for this year's celebrations. In his keynote address, he commended the efforts women have made throughout history in the struggle for freedom and equality. But he also noted that a lot more needs to be done for women to be on an equal footing with men. It's a wrap here from my team and from myself and the team here at the stadium here in Bushbuckridge. We'd like to wish all women of South Africa a happy Women's Day.
Thank you very much. President of the country, Babe Jacob Zuma, President of the ANC Women's League, political parties,
It's Annalise